Chapter 432. 3 months later, accompanied by Gao Zhuqing's heart-wrenching cries, a pair of lovely twins came into the world. The moment they cried, Gu Qinghan was so excited that he wanted to cry with them. His life was complete from then on. As parents for the first time, the two of them slowly got used to the process and enjoyed it. As time passed, the two little babies were 1 year old and they grew more and more beautiful. At night, Gao Zhuqing quietly looked at the pair of cute little angels in the cradle. She felt that her babies were the most beautiful babies in the world. Gu Qinghan walked in wearing a tuxedo. He was as handsome as Apollo. "Have you changed your clothes?" "Not yet, wait for me." "How long will the dinner be?" "I can't bear to leave the babies." "How about I don't go? They will look for me when they wake up." Gao Zhuqing couldn't bear to leave before she left home. She didn't want to go anywhere now. She just wanted to stay with the babies. "I'll be back soon. Mom will take good care of them. Don't worry." "Okay." The makeup was done. She took off her bathrobe and took out a long evening gown from the wardrobe. Gu Qinghan looked at the beautiful body and a flame burned in his eyes. After giving birth, her figure recovered very quickly, and her skin was even more translucent and white than before. With light makeup she was even more charming. He walked up behind her, his lips gently fell on her shoulder, kissing. "Baby, you are so beautiful." Gao Zhuqing shrugged sensitively. "It's so uncomfortable. We haven't. Don't you want to?" He held onto her arm, his large palm gently caressing her arm. "It hasn't been long, it was 2 days ago." But I don't want enough. No matter how much I want, it won't be enough. The dinner is about to start, right? Let them wait." "But babies?" Gao Zhuqing couldn't stand it anymore. He was a flirt and soon broke down her defense. But she still had some scruples. "It's okay, they don't know. I'll be quick." Gu Qinghan said it was fast, but it took an hour for everything to end. Gao Zhuqing was rather depressed. "A whole hour? Didn't you say it was fast?" "To me 1 hour is already very fast. Otherwise, do you think you can get out of bed tonight?" The man was proud of himself. When the two of them went out, Gao Zhuqing got out of the car and realized that they had arrived at the seaside. A small yacht was parked on the sea, decorated with colorful lights and a candlelit dinner. The atmosphere was quite romantic. "Didn't you say dinner?" "Yes, a banquet that belongs to you and me. Honey, happy anniversary." Gao Zhuqing was pleasantly surprised. "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that today is our wedding anniversary. You only have the baby in your heart now. You don't even care about me anymore." "Are you jealous of the baby?" "Childish." Gao Zhuqing cupped his face and kissed him heavily on the lips, saying sweetly, "Don't worry." "Thank you, hubby. I like this surprise very much." "As long as you like it." Gu Qinghan took out a gift box and opened it. There was a diamond necklace in the same style as the wedding ring. "Wedding anniversary gift. But I didn't prepare anything for you. You and the baby are already my best gifts." Gu Qinghan put it on for her, hugged her from behind and kissed her fragrant neck. "Honey, I love you." "I love you too, hubby. Thank you for appearing in my life and bringing me happiness. Thank you for giving me the most lovely baby in the world and making my life complete. You are the woman I love the most in my life. I love you and I will always love you." The two of them danced under the moonlight, in the candlelight, and in the romantic music. Their bodies swayed and swayed gently. The beautiful figures merged into one in the full moon. Late at night in the hotel. 2205, this is the room. She gently pushed the door open and walked into the room. Tao Yuan wanted to turn on the light, but strangely the light was not on. The room was dark, and the curtain was sprinkled with a layer of hazy moonlight. Ali, she suddenly felt a little scared. She didn't know why, but her pores were a little cold. The room was a suite and it was very big. She walked forward while trembling with fear and called out softly. "Ali." Bang, the door closed, startling her. At this moment she was suddenly hugged from behind. "A strange and dangerous aura, not Ali. Let me go." She screamed and struggled with all her might. The man pinned her under his body and violently tore her clothes. It was a beautiful face, but at this moment, it looked ferocious and terrifying. Let go. Let go of me. Oh, help." While struggling, her nails scratched the man's face. The skin was very thin and 2 bloody marks appeared. "How dare you hit me?" He cursed and slapped her face a few times. She had a bloody taste in her mouth and then she lost consciousness. Ink Rabbit City. Wilton Hotel. The business district was being renovated. A graceful figure was walking along the Ness Lake inside the hotel while giving instructions in a soft voice. "Yes, I know. Don't be anxious, slowly adjust with the other side. Don't push the responsibility to the client, we also have a responsibility, understand? Think more from the other side's point of view. And let me know if there's any progress. She spoke softly and her tone was gentle, but it didn't make people feel that she was just a weak girl. From her professional attire and the way she walked, it could be seen that she had been in this industry for a few years. White shirt, paired with a bright yellow skirt, not ostentatious but very exquisite. Just like the feeling she gave people, not eye-catching, but people couldn't help but take a few more glances. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, revealing a clean face. Her facial features were delicate, and her skin was fair and translucent. The most attractive thing was her peach blossom eyes, with distinct black and white pupils. They were always watery and should have been very charming, but on that delicate face, it was very lively and not at all flirtatious. A few shops in Zone C were being renovated, and Tao Yuan arranged for her assistant, Lin Wei, to keep an eye on them. But she was worried, so she came over to take a look, and as expected, she was anxious again. What's wrong? What's the problem? It's the same old problem, the safety helmet. Every time I came for a check, they didn't wear it. I said a few words, but they just brushed me off, and the moment I left, they took it off again. Who's going to pay if there's an accident? It's really infuriating. Don't worry, I'll tell them, don't be anxious. Tao Yuan smiled and patted her shoulder, and her gentle tone soothed Lin Wei's anxiety. Yes, I know it's my son's birthday today, but I haven't completed the project yet, right? I'll do it as soon as possible. Alright, I won't say any more. Foreman Zhang saw that Tao Yuan had arrived, so he hung up the phone. Manager Tao. Hello. Tao Yuan nodded and smiled politely. Were you talking to your wife on the phone just now? Yes, it's so troublesome. She said it's my son's birthday and kept urging me to go back. It's not a big deal to miss out on a birthday, right? Plus, it's not like I'm not in a hurry, I'm just busy. You're usually so busy traveling that you don't have time to spend with your son, so it's normal for you to be anxious. A child's birthday is very important. Why don't we call it a day earlier today, and I'll pick a gift for Weiwei to send over as a token of my appreciation. This isn't a good idea, it's too expensive. It's okay, you've done your best to renovate these shops, it's what you should do. Oh, right, I see that everyone isn't wearing a safety helmet, did they not get distributed? Yes, they did. Sai, we think it's too troublesome and sweaty, so we don't like to wear it. I see, but I think it's better to wear it. Judging from the age of these workers, they all have families, so don't let their families worry. Everyone came happily and go back safely. Don't you think so? Such caring words, such a pleasant voice, melted the foreman's heart in an instant. Okay, I'll make sure they wear it, safety first. Lin Wei's heart was filled with admiration. Why couldn't she learn to use softness to conquer hardness? She was always short-tempered and didn't know how to talk nicely. Because of this, she had argued with the workers a few times, almost vomiting blood from anger. But Tao Yuan settled it with just a few words. That's why, to be a manager, one had to have some skills. Lin Wei accompanied Tao Yuan to pick out a gift. Miss Tao, you're really giving them a gift? You're too considerate to walk around in such a big circle. Why not? If you promise something, you have to do it, no matter how small it is, you have to keep your word. Yes. Out of all the superiors in the company, I admire you the most. No matter how difficult the problem is, you can settle it with just a few words. You're amazing. Tao Yuan smiled. There's nothing amazing about it. After being in this industry for a long time, I naturally understand the rules of conduct. There's nothing else, just think from the other party's point of view, and the problem will naturally be solved. I'll take this transformer, send it over for me later. Okay. Lin Wei looked at the message and let out an ah. What's wrong? Tomorrow, one of our skincare shops has invited a female celebrity to help out. She'll be spending the night here, she'll be here soon. Is there a problem? She wants you to attend to her personally. Okay. But, Lin Wei scratched her head awkwardly. She was on the headlines with our CEO 2 days ago. She carefully observed Tao Yuan's reaction, but in the end, she was very calm. That's it? As the CEO's wife, she should at least frown a little, okay? Although the CEO had been on the headlines with different lovers for the past 3 months, this was the first time someone dared to come knocking on his door. Out of sight, out of mind. How could she be so calm when a fly was right under her nose? Tao Yuan nodded. What time? 3 o'clock. It's about time, let's go. Oh. Lin Wei followed behind and couldn't help but ask. Aren't you angry? Angry? Why should I be angry? It's that female celebrity Zhang Mingmei. She and the CEO are like that. A fly is right under our nose, how can we not be so calm? Do you want me to scold her for you later? Tao Yuan smiled. Although we are in charge of the business department, we are also under the management of the hotel. We work in the service industry, how can we scold the customers? You are the CEO's wife, why can't you scold the mistress? Aren't you angry? I'm really not angry. Chapter 433. 3 years ago she might have felt a lot of pain. But after that horrible nightmare, her love for Luli died on the same day. After that, Luli went abroad and they hadn't seen each other for 3 years. She didn't even try to find out about him. Now she didn't even know what he looked like. They were just husband and wife in name. Why should she care about them? She didn't have that much time and energy. Lin Wei thought to herself, did she really not care, or was she pretending not to care? Was this the demeanor of a legitimate wife? She had to bear with it no matter how jealous she was? Only Tao Yuan could bear with it. If it was any other woman, she would have thrown a bucket of acid at them if they dared to provoke her. Tao Yuan and Lin Wei arrived at the skincare shop at 3 p.m., but the celebrity was late. She arrived at 4 p.m., followed by her assistant, manager, and a bunch of people. Every inch of space in a 6-star hotel was worth its weight in gold. Other than the high-end luxury brands, the rest of the shops were smaller. Zhang Mingmei and her group of people filled the shop. Tao Yuan didn't waste this hour. She used her laptop to deal with many things. When Zhang Mingmei and her group arrived, she closed her laptop and stood up, welcoming them with a smile. Hello, Miss Zhang. Zhang Mingmei was obviously here to provoke her. She glanced at Tao Yuan's hand but didn't extend it. Instead, she turned to complain to her manager. Isn't this a 6-star hotel? Why is the shop the size of a palm? It can't even fit a few people. How small. Are you the manager of the business department? Do you know how to plan? Tao Yuan smiled. It's because this is a 6-star hotel that the rent is very expensive. In order to meet the needs of the customers, we have a wide range of brands. Compared to the size of the shop, the needs of the customers are more important, right? Usually, our customers don't bring so many people with them. After all, our hotel has very good security measures. Usually, we don't need so many people to protect us. Lin Wei snickered. This was the best thing about Tao Yuan. She didn't argue or scold, but when it came to her point, every word was acting. Zhang Mingmei blushed. She almost wanted to curse, but she held it in. After all, she had been in the entertainment industry before, so her skills weren't that bad. After all, one shouldn't slap a smiling person. Tao Yuan had been smiling all the time. She got angry she would lose. Go ahead, I still have a meeting to attend. If anything happens, contact me directly. Oh, right? Zhang Mingmei raised her eyebrows and asked proudly like a vixen. Did you see the news about me and your husband last night? What do you think of the photos? The atmosphere suddenly froze. This Zhang Mingmei, how dare she embarrass Tao Yuan in public? In any case, she is the legal wife, okay? But Tao Yuan just smiled. I've seen it. To be honest, it's not that good. It's not as good looking as you in person. Your chin is crooked. If I hadn't seen you in person, I would have thought that your chin was crooked. Besides, you're thinner and taller than in the photos. It sounded like a compliment, but in fact, every sentence was sarcastic. Moreover, she avoided the topic of Lu Li. Tao Yuan was indeed a smart woman. Zhang Mingmei was not satisfied and asked again. Do you know what kind of woman Ali likes the most? Oh yes, of course you don't know. You've been married for a year and he has never touched you. In order to avoid you, he even went abroad. The scene was about to freeze. What happened 3 years ago was Tao Yuan's greatest humiliation. Wasn't this rubbing salt in the wound? Tao Yuan asked back. Then what kind of woman do you think he likes the most? He likes to hug me from behind the most, Zhang Mingmei said proudly. Are you sure? As far as I know, my husband is a male chauvinist. He doesn't even allow people to turn their backs to him when talking. It seems that you're not there yet. Just when the situation had been completely reversed by Tao Yuan, another mocking voice came in. Oh, were you there when it happened? You saw it with your own eyes, so you're so sure? Everyone looked over and saw a man standing at the door. The soft light fell on him, outlining a tall figure. It seemed that because of his appearance, the lights were brighter. The man was wearing a black suit, tall and slender, very eye-catching. The light was bright, so his silhouette was a little blurry. When he walked out of the halo, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What a handsome face it was. He had an uncannily crafted silhouette, a full forehead, dark and stern eyebrows, a solid nose bridge, and a pair of thin lips that seemed like a smile yet not a smile. exuding a resplendent smile that made people feel slightly cold. With both hands in his pockets, he strolled over, looking at everyone calmly with a hint of arrogance. Perhaps he wasn't being arrogant on purpose, but he was too noble and unapproachable, so his arrogance was even more prominent. Luli, Tao Yuan's heart skipped a beat. After not seeing him for 3 years, he had become even more mature and handsome. Time had settled on a 28-year-old man. He was wise and noble. Unlike her, she felt that she had aged a lot. In that moment when she was in a daze, Lu Li's tall figure had already enveloped her completely, his aura threatening. Lin Wei couldn't help but curse in her heart. So the male lead in the novel actually existed in real life. She had seen all kinds of male celebrities, but none of them could compare to the 1 in 10,000 in front of her. She had just started working, so this was the first time she had seen this mysterious boss Lu in person. Her heart was beating wildly. But the situation in front of her was a little suffocating. Lu Li asked mockingly. When I was with her, were you beside me? The atmosphere was suffocating. Tao Yuan came back to her senses and shook her head. Since I wasn't there, how do you know that I don't like her? Does Manager Tao always like to make irresponsible remarks? He used irresponsible remarks. It was a little insulting. Lin Wei was worried for Tao Yuan. Tao Yuan was powerful, she was more than enough to deal with a small character like Zhang Mingmei, but Lu Li was obviously very domineering, okay? In front of so many people, Tao Yuan didn't seem to feel embarrassed at all. She smiled and said in a businesslike manner. In our line of work, in order to better serve the customers, I have studied psychology. I like to infer the preferences and habits of the customers through their behavior. Hey, it's an occupational disease. I was just making a random deduction just now. If my deduction is wrong, then it's because I'm not good enough, sorry? The awkwardness was diffused by her words. Lu Li frowned slightly. This Tao Yuan was even more capable than she was 3 years ago. She was smart and had good grades, but in front of him she was always submissive and gentle like a sheep. She would do whatever he said, never daring to refute. But now she was different. She had grown up, huh? Manager Tao was right about one thing. I don't like people talking to me with their back facing me. But sometimes, when faced with a face that I really hate, I hope she can turn her back to me and not be an eyesore. Obviously the person he was talking about was her, Tao Yuan. In the past she knew about it, but she foolishly tried to please him. In the end she was just asking to be humiliated. She now understood that if a person didn't like you, he didn't like you. No matter how hard you tried or how careful you were, every time you appeared he would still hate you like a fly. Fortunately she had thought it through and wouldn't be stupid again. She smiled and didn't say anything. She had an expression that said, as long as you like it. Zhang Mingmei was already at a disadvantage just now. When Lu Li personally came to her rescue, she was overjoyed and deliberately let him humiliate Tao Yuan a few more times. Now that she saw that she had nothing to say, she proudly held onto Lu Li's arm. Darling, you're here. The voice of a sheep made Tao Yuan have goosebumps. Most men didn't have any resistance to this kind of voice, right? Then did Lu Li like this kind of coquettish girl? Lu Li's gaze softened a lot in an instant. He touched this bright face. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I wanted to give you a surprise. How is it? Isn't it a surprise? Zhang Mingmei's smiling face somehow looked a little silly in Lu Li's eyes. He was already very tired of women trying to please him in the same way. But with Tao Yuan around it was a different story. Compared to her, even the most annoying woman seemed much cuter. Zhang Mingmei thought that she was a little clever, so she wanted to take down this Mrs. Lu first. But in the end, she couldn't win against her in an argument. She could only try her best to show her love to Lu Li as coquettishly as she could. All the women present were envious and jealous. In this day and age, a mistress was so arrogant in front of the legal wife. It was really ruining their worldview. Even Zhang Mingmei's assistant couldn't help but pity Tao Yuan. She was the only one who didn't feel anything. Her heart was as clear as a mirror. Lu Li had sexual needs for Zhang Mingmei at most. He definitely didn't love her. That place in his heart was firmly occupied by another woman. It was very stable. Being so coquettish now was just to humiliate her. Darling, I'm free today. Can you accompany me? I'm very busy. Lu Li glanced at Tao Yuan. Let Manager Tao accompany you. Her? Zhang Mingmei pursed her lips. Her professionalism is too low. She even argued with me just now. Why should I need her to accompany me? Tao Yuan was waiting for this sentence, so she said conveniently. In that case, I'm going to the meeting. What's the hurry? Did I ask you to leave? I'm sorry, Sio. The meeting is in 15 minutes. It's about the bidding of the store in the new district. It's very important. I'm really in a hurry. If you want someone to accompany Miss Zhang, Manager Fang is a good candidate. Tao Yuan silently said sorry in her heart. At this critical moment she could only push her best friend into the fire pit. If Fang Yicheng knew about it he would probably be furious. Of course Luli wouldn't let her go so easily. He raised his eyebrows. As the CEO, do I need to listen to your arrangements? That's not what I meant. But I'm from the business department, not the customer service department. From what you're saying, the business department is nobler than the customer service department. Of course not. Different departments have different duties. Customer service is also a very important part of the hotel. Whether it's the business department or the customer service department, the principle is that the customer comes first. The customer is God, understand? Tao Yuan smiled. Chapter 434. Sharp-tongued. Luli wanted to know, where did she learn her sharp tongue from? Why did she insist on going against him? But did she have the ability to? Too lazy to argue with her, Luli went straight to the point. Anyway, the most important thing for you today is to serve Miss Zhang well. You must fulfill any request she makes. Remember, any request she makes. He had already given the order, it would be useless no matter what she said. Tao Yuan didn't want to struggle any further. If there's anything, just tell her to do it. Luli kissed Zhang Mingmei on the forehead and left. Zhang Mingmei proudly showed off to Tao Yuan. Listen up, this is an order from the CEO himself. You must fulfill any request I make. Tortured by Zhang Mingmei until midnight, Tao Yuan had to sleep in the office because she had to be busy the next day. Lin Wei had to work the night shift sometimes, so she prepared a sofa bed and moved it over to sleep with Tao Yuan. At the same time she complained about how perverted Zhang Mingmei was. She's obviously here for you. She even used a chicken feather as an arrow to order you around. One moment she was like this, the next moment she was like that. How dark is that woman's heart? No, I have to go on the gossip forum and expose her. That forum is very influential, many people read it. Let's see how she pretends to be a saint in the future. Tao Yuan smiled. Don't be nosy. As a hotel employee, we have to keep secrets for our clients. This is our principle. That's true, but seeing her bully you, I'm really angry. She knows that she can't take advantage of you verbally, so she keeps ordering you around. She's so hateful. It's nothing, I'm just dragging you down. Actually, you don't have to suffer with me. How can I do that? We're a team, we should fight together. Lin Wei said righteously. Usually, you never treat us as subordinates. You always say that there's no hierarchy, that we're a team, that we're equals. So, how can I abandon you at such a crucial moment? Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. When I just graduated, I didn't know anything and was often scolded to tears by Manager Chen. It was you who transferred me over and taught me step by step. You're my benefactor. Sister Tao, I've never seen you get angry after working for so long. You have such a good temper. I really don't know if the CEO is blind or if there's something wrong with his brain. He doesn't want such a good wife and instead helps a shameless mistress. It's too infuriating. Lin Wei couldn't help but wonder why the CEO was treating her like this. Was it because of the case 3 years ago? It was said that 3 years ago, a year after Tao Yuan and Luli got married, she was kidnapped. There were also rumors that she was a virgin when she was raped. Whether it was true or not, no one knew. In short, it caused a sensation at that time. That was also why Luli went to the United States. The affairs of the rich and powerful were not something that nobodies like her could understand. Lin Wei had never dared to ask. But even if he did, Tao Yuan was also a victim. If Luli despised her, he could just divorce her. How could he humiliate her like this? Lin Wei lay down, closed her eyes and mumbled. Pray that tomorrow will be over soon. Once Zhang Mingmei is gone, the suffering will be over. Tao Yuan understood. Over? How could it be so easy? If one Zhang Mingmei was gone, there would be thousands of Zhang Mingmei. As long as she was still Lu Li's legal spouse, there would be other women who would provoke her. She didn't care about those women, but this marriage had really tired her out. The event started at 10 o'clock. Tao Yuan and Lin Wei arrived at 8 o'clock. They were busy setting up the stage. Zhang Mingmei probably hadn't woken up yet, so she didn't disturb Tao Yuan the whole morning. She could focus on her work. Lin Wei kept yawning, but Tao Yuan was still full of energy, busying herself. Originally, the two workers had arrived late and were almost overwhelmed. However, Foreman Zhang brought a few people over to help. Tao Yuan was very grateful. Thank you, Foreman Zhang. You're too kind. If you hadn't left work an hour earlier yesterday, I wouldn't have made it to my son's birthday. My wife would have argued with me again. My son loves the Transformers you bought, thank you very much. Look, we're all wearing safety helmets today. That's good. Go to your work, leave this to us. Zhang Mingmei and her team arrived. They were still a distance away, but they were already very proud of themselves. Didn't you rest well last night, Manager Tao? I don't think you're in good spirits. I had a very good sleep last night. Your hotel is quite romantic, it's perfect for 2 people. That condom is also my favorite strawberry scent. Tao Yuan smiled. As long as you're satisfied with our service. As soon as she left, Lin Wei burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Lin Wei whispered in her ear. I've asked around. President left the hotel at 7 o'clock yesterday. Zhang Mingmei slept alone. I'm guessing that President thinks she's brainless and didn't even touch her. Tao Yuan pursed her lips. Although this had nothing to do with her, she still felt a little happy. There was still an hour before the event started. In the store. Miss Zhang, this way please. The sales lady came up to her and complimented her. You didn't put on makeup, right? Your skin is so good. Of course. Zhang Mingmei said proudly. I'm young and my mother's skin is good too. She had purposely used her bare face to provoke Tao Yuan. In a contest of beauty between women, makeup didn't count. Winning without makeup was the real win. Yesterday Tao Yuan had been tortured by her. Her skin condition was naturally not much better today. Of course she wanted to compete with her. Of course Tao Yuan understood the thoughts of women and didn't mind. Zhang Mingmei was indeed a natural beauty. Her skin was good and her facial features were exquisite. She remembered that Lu Li didn't like women to put on makeup and perfume. Once she had specially put on makeup to please him. He had even ordered her to wash it off in disgust. Lu Li was a perfectionist and couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. If he didn't like it, then there was no reason for it to exist. Tao Yuan didn't want to think too much about that man. Her thoughts returned to Zhang Mingmei. Speaking of which, Zhang Mingmei was just 20 years old, the best age. How could she not be beautiful? It's good that you didn't put on makeup. Because you need to demonstrate the use of the skincare products on the spot later, I have to do a test for you now. Would you like to try this moisturizer first? Zhang Mingmei frowned. What? You want me to use it? How would I know what the hell it is? She came barefaced, but she had brought a makeup artist with her. She was ready to do makeup on the spot. After all, there were many people in the audience and they wanted to dress up beautifully. The sales lady was embarrassed for a moment. This is the celebrity product you are endorsing. It doesn't mean that I have to use it. I have always been worried about domestic products. I always use big brands in Japan and Europe. Is the quality up to standard? What are the ingredients in it? Don't worry, our skincare products are all pure plant essences. They are absolutely natural and safe. If it's really like what you said, do I still need to try it? Well, it's just a test for different skin types. Generally speaking, there is no problem. You need to use it on the spot later, so... Actually, she was just trying it out. The sales lady didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Tao Yuan looked at the time. If she continued to dawdle, it would be too late. She walked over and said, If Miss Zhang doesn't like this moisturizer, you can try other products first. I also use domestic products and I don't think it's any worse than overseas products. Furthermore, the price is much better. Zhang Mingmei snorted through her nose. Do you think I lack that money? Also, there are differences between faces. Do you know how much my face is worth? The assistant also chimed in. That's right, we bought tens of millions of insurance for this face. How would we dare to use it recklessly? Haven't you received celebrities before? You don't even know this basic knowledge. Zhang Mingmei and the assistant kept making things difficult for Tao Yuan. Lin Wei was about to die from anger. She really wanted to give them a tight slap on the face. Wasn't it enough to torture her for a day yesterday? Just how perverted were they? Tao Yuan, on the other hand, was not angry. She was still smiling. Our hotel's business district has many luxury flagship stores. Celebrities often attend events. We also have a 60,000-seat stadium, so all the big stars have concerts here. I've also received many. Whether it's Hollywood superstars, China's 4 heavenly kings, or the most popular fresh meat, I've met them all. They are very satisfied with our service. In other words, even big stars don't have so much nonsense. You're just a small star, what are you talking about? Zhang Mingmei's face turned red and white. Anyways, I don't use these unsafe things. If it wasn't for your President Zhang begging me, I would have endorsed a big brand. Why would I accept these small endorsements? President Zhang, right? He's also a regular here. I'm quite familiar with him. Why don't I give him a call and let him negotiate with you personally? Tao Yuan took out her phone and was about to make the call when Zhang Mingmei hurriedly said, "Forget it, I'll give President Zhang face and not argue with you. If you want to try something, just try it." Tao Yuan nodded at the sales lady and smiled gratefully. If it wasn't for her, she really didn't know what to do. But during the test, Zhang Mingmei didn't stop. She kept finding ways to nitpick, which seriously affected the progress of the work. Out of consideration for work, Tao Yuan had to make things clear. "Miss Zhang, I know your relationship with the president and I also know who you're targeting. But that's our private matter. Can't we deal with it privately? Miss Zhang, being able to stand out in the entertainment industry, I'm sure you're not only beautiful but also smart. You should know how to distinguish between work and personal matters. If you can be more professional, it'll be better for your future. After all, the entertainment industry is a place where changes happen very quickly. Beauty and capability are not the only things that matter. Otherwise, you'll be eliminated very quickly. I still need to go outside to set up the venue. Hurry up. Miss Zhang, good luck." Zhang Mingmei's face turned completely black. Lin Wei was about to collapse from laughing. "President Tao, you're too amazing. Look at Zhang Mingmei's face. She looks like she's eaten sh*t. She's going to die from anger." Tao Yuan didn't say anything. She didn't like to argue with others. So what if she won verbally? It was meaningless. "By the way, President Tao, do you really know that President Zhang?" "Which one?" "I don't know the boss of that brand." Chapter 435. As a six-star hotel, Wilton Hotel had the most prosperous business district. It was one of the landmarks of Motu City and attracted a large number of tourists every day. At 10 o'clock, the simple stage was set up with all kinds of skincare products on display. The security guards were all in place and there was a large group of tourists outside the line. Tao Yuan looked at her watch and it was time. Why isn't he here yet? There are many reporters here and they are interviewing him. Lin Wei complained irritably. We have urged him several times and he is still flirting. He is so annoying. You stay here and watch, I will go. There were a few exhibitions and concerts in the hotel today and all the celebrities were big stars. Zhang Mingmei was just a rising star and the interview value was not high. However, the situation was completely different now that she was involved in a scandal with Lu Li. Compared to other news, the audience preferred to see the scandals between female stars and rich young masters, especially those involving cheating. Therefore, the reporters were fighting for it. Did Boss Lu invite you to come? Did you spend the night in the hotel last night? Was it true that you were in and out of the nightclub? When did you and Boss Lu start? The reporters kept asking questions and all of them looked like they were interested in gossip. However, Zhang Mingmei enjoyed the attention. Take a guess. She deliberately maintained an ambiguous attitude to create a topic of conversation. Boss Lu has dated 7 or 8 female stars and one of them is your best friend. Don't you mind? Based on the photos we took, you are the 9th one. Zhang Mingmei's eyes were twitching. Seeing Tao Yuan squeezing in, she quickly walked over and held her arm intimately. I believe everyone knows who she is? Of course, the reporters knew who she was but did not dare to provoke her. After all, the Tao family was quite influential in Motu City. I checked in yesterday and Manager Tao took care of me personally. As expected of a hotel owner, Manager Tao knows how to take care of people. Oh yes, it was arranged by the CEO. Zhang Mingmei's words were filled with pride and ambiguity. Clearly, she was implying that Lu Li had asked Tao Yuan to do anything for him, which showed how much he disliked his wife. It was obvious who was more important. Come on, take a picture of us. Zhang Mingmei was wearing sexy clothes and makeup, so she insisted on taking a photo with Tao Yuan, who had light makeup for comparison. Tao Yuan wanted to refuse, but Zhang Mingmei was very strong, and with so many eyes watching, it was really not good to push her away. Alright, the event has begun. Reporters, please move. After the crowd dispersed, Tao Yuan walked to the side and made a call. What's the good news? The other party's voice was frivolous and frivolous. Do me a favor. Those photos must not be leaked. The event officially began and all the lights were focused on Zhang Mingmei. She was born to be a prostitute, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. She kept provoking Tao Yuan with her eyes. However, she did not take the bait. She only wanted to ensure that the exhibition went smoothly. Holding a small event seemed simple, but in fact there were often problems, so one could not take it lightly for even a moment. The event was in progress. Tao Yuan was inspecting the venue, and suddenly saw an unfamiliar face among the security guards. He probably thought that she was looking at him, so he avoided her gaze. Is this our security guard? I've never seen him before. Oh, he's not from our area, he's from the housekeeping department. Zhang Mingmei said that she liked him, so she insisted on using him. Lin Wei replied. However, Tao Yuan still felt strange. She was good at studying people's eyes, but she felt that there was something wrong with the security guard's gaze, so she couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Manager Chen's call. Tao Yuan went to the side to pick it up. I'm at the exhibition area, yeah, I'll be there soon. Mingmei, I love you. A scream came from behind and Tao Yuan turned around. She saw the security guard rush onto the stage with a large bouquet of flowers, and a dagger in his other hand. Oh! Zhang Mingmei turned pale with fright, and the bottle of lotion in her hand fell to the floor. The next second she was grabbed by the neck. Mingmei, I love you, I love you. Promise me or I'll kill you. Everything happened too suddenly, and the security guard couldn't react in time. Tao Yuan rushed over. Let me go, I don't want to. Zhang Mingmei bit him hard, and Tao Yuan took the opportunity to rush onto the stage and grabbed his wrist. Come back. The man was anxious to get rid of Tao Yuan, and tried to stab her with the dagger, but he didn't expect that the stab would miss and cut Zhang Mingmei. Hurry up and leave. Tao Yuan pushed him away and quickly grabbed his wrist with her left hand, and pushed his throat with her right hand. She used a throat wrestling technique to push him to the ground, and the security guard came up to him. Manager, are you okay? Lin Wei was so scared that her face turned pale. I'm fine. Tao Yuan shook her head and looked at Zhang Mingmei, whose right arm had been cut. Send her to the infirmary. You've learned grappling before? Those moves were so cool. Lin Wei exclaimed, and with a few quick moves, the man was already on the ground before she could blink. It was hard to imagine that a 160 centimeters tall woman could subdue a 170 centimeters tall man in a matter of seconds. Amazing. Your hand is bleeding too. Tao Yuan then realized that her wrist had been cut, but the wound wasn't deep. I'm fine, let's go see her. In the hotel infirmary, Zhang Mingmei cursed as she tended to her wound, and her assistant helped her, threatening to sue the hotel. The curses were so harsh that Lin Wei couldn't get a word in, and Tao Yuan had no intention of explaining, and only spoke after she was done. I'm sorry, it's my fault. You think a simple apology is enough? Zhang Mingmei was so angry that she stood up, and just as she was about to hit him, she saw Lu Li walk in, and immediately changed her expression, rushing over and hugging his arm. Darling, you're here, I'm hurt, I'm so scared. Lu Li glanced at the wound. It was already bandaged and it didn't look deep, so he casually comforted her and blamed Tao Yuan. What happened? She was handed over to you and you let her get hurt? Is your ability so weak that you can't even protect a person? President, it's not like that. Lin Wei hurriedly explained. A pervert pretended to be a security guard and tried to attack Miss Zhang. It was the manager who subdued him. If it wasn't for her, Miss Zhang would have been dead. Not only was she not grateful, she kept cursing. Security guard? So it's an internal problem? As the manager of the business department, you're also responsible for that, right? He's not a security guard in our business district. Miss Zhang transferred him from the housekeeping department, and we don't know him. If we're talking about responsibility, it's Miss Zhang who invited the wolf into the house. Lin Wei bluntly explained. How would I know which district? Anyway, it's someone from your hotel, so it's your responsibility. Our hotel is... Enough. Lu Li's face darkened. Tao Yuan, are you mute? Why do you need your assistant to answer everything for you? I'm asking you. What did she mean by keeping quiet? She didn't want to talk to him? His reproachful tone wasn't very harsh, but it still shocked everyone present. Lu Li was the kind of man who was naturally dignified without being angry, and had a lot of prestige. Tao Yuan's attitude was very calm. Since the president handed Miss Zhang over to me yesterday, and she's our guest, then she's my responsibility. This matter, I can't shirk the responsibility. It's my fault, I have to apologize to Miss Zhang. Manager. Lin Wei felt unfair for her, she was the one who saved Zhang Mingmei's life, how did it become her fault? This wasn't fair. But Tao Yuan was a very responsible person, and when something happened she would first reflect on herself. Just now she had already seen some clues, but she didn't deal with it immediately, which led to the subsequent events. So she was responsible. Zhang Mingmei arrogantly gave a humph. It's your fault, that person just now wanted to stab you but missed, so I got hurt because of you. You almost killed me, do you know that? I'm a celebrity, my skin is very valuable, if I had a scar would you take responsibility? I'm sorry. Tao Yuan still said the same thing. What's the use of saying sorry? If I died today, would you still say sorry? Lin Wei was furious. Then what do you want? Our manager is also injured. She got injured because she tried to save you. How can you accuse her? Tao Yuan quickly hid her hand behind her back, but Lu Li still saw the scratch on the back of her hand. He knew she could tolerate, but he didn't expect her to be so tolerant. After something like this happened, if it was any other woman, they would have started arguing, but her reaction was so calm. Since when did she become like this? He didn't know how she changed, but he knew the calmer she was, the more he wanted to tear her face apart, to see how she looked when she was furious. I'll take responsibility. How can you take responsibility? Should I stab you too? Tao Yuan ignored his arrogance. If there really is a scar, I'll personally pay for the surgery. I won't have money? You have money, but I'm afraid you won't have the life to spend it. A man in a black suit walked in. Although he was dressed formally, he gave off a sloppy feeling. His tie was crooked, and he had a cynical face, a smile that didn't seem like a smile. He was also a handsome man. Lu Li frowned. Fang Yicheng. Business manager? He was actually an employee of their hotel? Lu Li couldn't be blamed for being surprised. There were only a few people in the upper-class circle of Motu City, and Fang Yicheng was one of the more high-profile ones. The young master of a multinational conglomerate, the Fang family, was actually a small manager of their hotel? Obviously it was for someone. Lu Li couldn't help but mock her in his heart. No wonder she could endure the loneliness of working in the hotel for 3 years. It turned out that she had a lover to accompany her. This Tao Yuan was getting more and more out of his expectations. Young Master Fang? Zhang Mingmei was stunned. She had seen him at the charity dinner a few months ago. At that time, she tried her best to seduce him, but he ignored her, causing her to be laughed at by the people in the circle for a long time. Miss Dirty, we meet again. Fang Yicheng smiled, revealing a row of neat and beautiful white teeth. Hey, sorry, my Mandarin isn't very good. I'm not Miss Dirty, I'm Miss Zhang. The last time I saw you, you were still looking for prey. You've already found our CEO? Zhang Mingmei's face turned green and red, and Tao Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 436. Zhang Mingmei was embarrassed. She had been taken care of by a few big bosses, but Lu Li did not seem to mind at all. He had never asked about her past. Now that Fang Yicheng said that, she really became a dirty lady. She hurriedly changed the topic. Young Master Fang, why are you here? I'm working here, what's so strange about it? Fang Yicheng pointed at his nameplate. Here, business manager Fang Yicheng. Can't you see? Aren't you wearing contact lenses? They're even gray. I was shocked when I first came in. I thought you had cataracts. Zhang Mingmei clenched her fists. Although bullying a woman was not considered a hero, Fang Yicheng was still very proud. If anyone dared to bully his Tao Yuan, he had 100 ways to make that person feel bad. In front of her husband Lu Li, Fang Yicheng did not hold back. He deliberately reached out and put his arm around Tao Yuan's shoulder. I'm working here for our cute Yuan. Manager Fang. Tao Yuan lowered her voice and signaled him to stop messing around with her eyes. Fang Yicheng, who had always been arrogant, was very obedient in front of Tao Yuan. He immediately surrendered. Fine, Manager Tao. Every single word of the way he addressed her was precise and full of playfulness. Manager Fang, what did you mean by that? Lin Wei asked. The police have already interrogated that pervert. He is mentally ill and likes you very much. They searched his house and found several bombs. He was prepared to die together with you. If not for the security of our hotel, you would have been blown up today. Oh, we have to especially thank our brave manager Tao. If not for her subduing him, you would have been dead. Anyone with a bit of humanity would say thank you at this time and not pursue responsibility. Zhang Mingmei did not dare to go against Fang Yicheng. She could only ask Lu Li for help. Darling, I'm really scared. Are we just going to let this go? Of course not. Lu Li said to Fang Yicheng. I don't care who you are, but in this hotel, you are just a small manager. This matter is not up to you. Fang Yicheng tilted his head. That's true, but I also think that you're abusing your position for personal revenge. That's strange. A normal man would help his wife, but you're protecting a mistress in front of so many people. Is there such a traitor? I'm not well educated, so I don't know how to use words, but that's the general meaning. He even glanced at Tao Yuan, seeking her agreement, but she was speechless. In Lu Li's eyes, Fang Yicheng's smugness was really stupid. He couldn't help but sneer. Manager Fang, your choice of words has really lowered the IQ of our entire hotel. Tao Yuan must have learned her sharp tongue from him, didn't she? Unfortunately, Fang Yiqing himself was a moron. She had been with a moron for so long that she had learned to be bad. Dear I, go back first? She's frightened, aren't you going to accompany her? Zhang Mingmei looked so pitiful that Lin Wei almost vomited. I still have things to deal with. Lu Li's sharp, deep gaze fell on Tao Yuan, his eyes filled with danger. Come to my office in 15 minutes. After Lu Li left, the atmosphere in the room returned to normal. Although Tao Yuan wasn't afraid of him, she still heaved a sigh of relief. As a superior, Lu Li was a cultured man. He never scolded anyone, but his authority was very intimidating. She had to admit that she was no match for him. Dear Yuan, are you afraid of him? Fang Yiqing snorted and said proudly. I'm not afraid of him, so with me around, you don't have to be afraid of him. Tao Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sometimes, Fang Yiqing's way of thinking was not something a normal person could have, so she couldn't be bothered to explain anything to him. Didn't we agree on this? I have to call you Manager Tao in the hotel, but only in private. Okay, I got it. Alright, have you settled the photo issue? Of course I gave the word, so who would dare to expose it? Do they still want to work? I sent someone to keep an eye on them and they deleted them one by one. But there was a photo of you that I asked him to send to me. Tao Yuan glanced at it. At that time she was only thinking about breaking out of the encirclement, so she looked very embarrassed and stupid. It's so ugly, delete it. No way, unless you give me a photo of Mimi in exchange. Then you can keep it. Tao Yuan didn't say much, it wasn't an eyesore anyway. Thank you for today, I'll treat you to a meal another day. You really want to see Lu Li? Do I have any other choice? How about I tell him that a few people suddenly kidnapped you, or that you suddenly fell sick? Did you have your period? Tao Yuan was speechless. Goodbye. Protect yourself, don't let him take advantage of you, Fang Yiqing called from behind. Tao Yuan entered the CEO's office. Sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the floor was covered with black carpet, black desk, and almost all the furnishings were black. There was a large bookshelf on the right wall, filled with books, giving off a very solemn feeling. 3 words flashed through her mind: little dark room, the same style as his bedroom at home. Lu Li's personality was pure, and there were very few things that could make him set his mind on something, but once he set his mind on something he wouldn't change. His preferences were very fixed. For example, he loved black, he only ate yellow peaches, and he liked medium-well steak. He liked only one woman for so many years. He was a cruel man, but he was also a devoted man. Perhaps being cruel and devoted was a double-edged sword in itself. Being devoted to one thing meant that he would be cruel to everything else. There were so many explanations in her heart, but when it came to her mouth, it was a simple sentence. I didn't. No. I'm not an emotional person. Everything I do has a goal and a plan. So you had a goal and a plan to hurt her? It was a faint, mocking, arrogant ending, but it was very pleasant to hear. Why would I do that? Because of my relationship with her. Don't tell me you don't know. I know. Miss Zhang has already emphasized it clearly. But even so, I have no reason to hurt her. Tao Yuan was implying that there was no relationship between the two of them, so she didn't need to do anything because of him. No reason? Lu Li chuckled with an expression that said, Are you King kidding me? Jealousy is the best reason. No matter what, you are Mrs. Lu in name. She has already provoked you, so you must be resentful. Isn't it a good opportunity to make her suffer a little? President, you are thinking too much. In the hotel, I only treat her as a client, and I treat every client with all my heart. As for hurting her, it is my incompetence and I have failed in my duty. Tao Yuan spoke emotionlessly, and her tone was a declaration. She never brought her personal feelings to work, but Lu Li was very dissatisfied with her. In the past he could easily control her emotions. A single word from him could make her cry bitterly. But now he actually lost that ability? This feeling of being out of control made him very unhappy. Of course, it didn't matter what he controlled. What was important was the desire to control. Just like she said, he was very chauvinistic and would not allow himself to be provoked by a woman. She had loved him for so many years, but it only took her 3 years to achieve a state where she could not be affected. What? A stupid, arrogant face flashed past Lu Li's eyes. Was this the reason for her change? Without thinking too much, he opened his mouth and asked, What is your relationship with Fang Yiqing? Tao Yuan knew that he would ask this, so she answered, We are colleagues. I think he is very nervous about you. We are in the same department and Manager Fong is warm-hearted, so he takes care of me. Using colleagues as a cover was also within Lu Li's expectations. Now Tao Yuan was not only eloquent but also very stubborn. Chapter 437. You've misunderstood. It's just taking care of me as a colleague. Lu Li really wanted to reply, who are you trying to fool with your eyes open? But he held back the words because he felt that it would make him seem particularly concerned, and he didn't care. He stood up and slowly walked towards her, like a dangerous hunter approaching his prey step by step, causing Tao Yuan to subconsciously take half a step back. Her steps were very small but Lu Li still noticed it. Was she nervous? Nervous because of a guilty conscience? You know very well how Fang Yicheng treats you. I don't need to say anything more. So you didn't care about me for the past 3 years, and he was the one who took care of you? Tao Yuan had a feeling that he was putting the blame on her. After that incident, he didn't even say a word of apology and went to America without a word. How could she ask about him? Other than occasionally filling in the legal spouse column, they had nothing to do with each other. She even forgot that she was married. She only knew that he went to America, but she didn't know where he was, what he did, or who he met. Why would he interfere with her relationship with Fang Yicheng? President, I think you've misunderstood my relationship with Manager Fang. But the hotel doesn't have a rule that employees can't fall in love, so even if he takes special care of me, it doesn't seem unreasonable. Seeing how confident she was, Lu Li felt a surge of blood in his chest. His body reacted very quickly. He grabbed her neck and glared at her. You mean it's reasonable for a married woman to be involved with a colleague? She didn't expect him to make a move and he was so strong. She was grabbed by the neck, unable to move and unable to breathe. Lu Li's smile became even more cruel and sinister. He grabbed her in front of him and his malicious eyes stared at her fiercely, full of mockery. Tao Yuan, don't forget that this is my Lu family's hotel, and you are my Lu Li's nominal wife. You made me a cuckold in my territory and this is your revenge? His fingers squeezed tighter and tighter, and her eyes began to turn white. However, she still stubbornly refused to beg for mercy. Why should I take revenge on you? You know very well. Looking at her stubborn red lips, Lu Li suddenly had the urge to bite them. He wanted to see her dripping with blood and he wanted to taste her blood. That taste would definitely be wonderful. So he confesses his crime? She had questioned him passionately, but he had neither denied it, nor admitted it himself. In fact, she didn't need him to confess when the evidence was conclusive. She just didn't want to believe that he was a demon. Before this moment, no matter what he said, she felt that it didn't matter. But now she felt a trace of anger and she had to suppress it. Her entire body was trembling between his fingers, and she could faint at any time. However, she still did not beg him for mercy. She was actually so damn stubborn. Was she really not afraid of death? Lu Qing prided himself on being a calm person. But now this Tao Yuan had the ability to arouse the bloodthirst in his bones, making him so cruel that he wanted to kill her. I don't care what kind of relationship you have with Fang Yicheng or other men. But you'd better remember your identity as Mrs. Lu. Since this is what you've schemed to get, you have to guard it well, don't you? Lu Li's words were piercing, and the murderous look between his eyebrows became more and more intense. It's your business that you have a bad reputation, but if you dare to smear the name of the Lu family, I won't let you off easily. You have to know that it's very easy for me to make you disappear from this world. After saying that, he flung her away. Tao Yuan, who had regained her oxygen, coughed violently. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Tears came out of her eyes, but she had suffered enough over the years. She had long been used to it. He closed his eyes, and no matter how many emotions he had, they all turned into the most professional smile. Shouldn't you be talking about the dereliction of duty when you called me here? Isn't it going too far? What's the hurry? Of course, I will hold you accountable. Lu Li wiped his hands with a tissue as if he thought she was dirty. I will announce it at the meeting. The meeting was held 5 minutes later. Because it was a last-minute notice, everyone was in a hurry, and the whole business department was in a state of panic. Lu Li had been in charge for 3 months, but because the hotel was too big, the business department was far away from the emperor, so he didn't need to come and inspect it in person. Now everyone was waiting with fear and trepidation. In the meeting room it was silent. Lu Li sat in the middle with one hand on the desk. His swift and decisive posture was particularly solemn, and the sapphire cufflinks were shining faintly. Wherever he was, it would be firmly attracted by his magnetic field, and the air was filled with his intimidating aura. Everyone knows that Miss Zhang was attacked in our hotel. Fang Yiqing was winking at Tao Yuan, and his sloppy appearance was an eyesore to Lu Li, so he said in a low voice. Manager Fang, this is not a kindergarten, and I don't need to teach you the basic etiquette of a meeting. Tao Yuan winked and Fang Yiqing spread out his hands and sat up straight. Everything about Miss Zhang in the hotel is personally handled by Manager Tao. This time she made a serious dereliction of duty, and she must be punished. Lu Li was very dignified, so if he said punishment, it must be a very heavy punishment. The staff of Tao Yuan's group were all worried, while the other groups were gloating. From today on, Manager Tao will no longer be the manager of the business department, and her position will be adjusted to the team leader of the 5th group of the customer service department. The whole room was in an uproar. They didn't expect that the punishment would be so heavy. It was almost like beating people from the sky to the ground. The customers of the Star Hotel were all tricky, and customer service was not a human's job. Tao Yuan's little face suddenly turned pale. He was actually so ruthless. It was not that she was reluctant to leave her position, but she had worked hard for 3 years to get this position. One sentence from him wiped out her 3 years of hard work, and it was really hard for her to accept it. Fang Yiqing immediately cursed, F***ck, he almost jumped out of his chair. This is too unreasonable. Yuan saved Zhang Yuan, so she should be promoted and given a raise. How can she be transferred to that inhumane place? Fang Yiqing was an American citizen, and his Chinese was average. When he was anxious he would randomly use idioms. The atmosphere was originally very serious, but he made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. Lu Li knew that he would stand up for her, but it wouldn't do any good. Are you saying that I can't distinguish right from wrong? Yes. Yuan. Pui Manager Tao saved her life. That pervert is after her, and sooner or later something will happen. What does it have to do with Manager Tao? Even if something happens to her, it must not happen in our hotel. And since something happened we have to take responsibility. Fang Yiqing curled his lips and mumbled. What responsibility? Anyway, she's your old lover. Can't you just say some sweet words and it will be over? You are clearly hitting a person when he is down. Pfft. Finally, someone could not help but laugh. Manager Fang, I admire your enthusiasm. This is probably related to your level of education. In China, the more self-righteous and self-righteous people are, the more often they are the ones who have not received education. So your behavior is a sign of no meaning and is reckless. Fang Yiqing pointed at his own nose. Are you saying that I am uncultured? Lu Li only smiled. Wasn't it obvious? Even if I am uncultured, at least I can distinguish right from wrong. Yuan is your wife, and you are actually helping a mistress to bully her. Are you still a man? Fang Yiqing. Tao Yuan was anxious and called his name. These 3 words entered Lu Li's ears, and it was really uncomfortable to hear. The atmosphere became tense again. Everyone's mentality was like a mirror. The current situation was that the CEO was attacking the legal wife for the mistress, and the legal wife's mistress was making a scene. It was quite outrageous. The circle of the wealthy was indeed chaotic. Tao Yuan bit her lips. This matter is my dereliction of duty. I am willing to accept the punishment. Willing? Whatever he said. Was there a difference whether she was willing or not? Lu Li thought to himself. But in front of so many people, he naturally would not lose his bearing. Okay, since this is the case, you can report to the housekeeping department this afternoon. As for Manager Fang, it seems that he should be punished for contradicting his superior in front of so many people, lest everyone mistakenly thinks that the company does not have rules. Fang Yiqing's eyes lit up. I'm also going to be a customer service officer? Lu Li thought to himself. In your dreams. The corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. Of course not. In the future you will be in charge of the new people. What? You want me to be in charge of those idiots? Fang Yiqing felt as if he was struck by lightning. I would rather go to the customer service department. Don't you want to punish me? Let me go to the customer service department. I want to go. I don't need you to teach me how to punish my subordinates. Lu Li stood up and admired Tao Yuan's pale face with satisfaction. No matter how much she could bear it, her face still betrayed her. Very good, he was very happy. That's it, meeting adjourned. Tao Yuan went back to her office to pack up her things. Fang Yiqing complained incessantly. Damn it. You actually want a talent like me to be in charge of the new people? Do you know how cruel this is? Those newbies are as stupid as pigs. Are they trying to anger me to death? Tao Yuan found a box and placed the things in it one by one as she comforted him. Who didn't start off as a newbie? The company's requirements are very high. The new people are all graduates from famous schools. They have good comprehension and won't be so miserable. Nonsense. Have you forgotten the last time? What's the name of that one? I forgot. It's the one with freckles. He actually seduced me. Tao Yuan smiled. That's not seduction. That's called courtship. It's the same. Anyway, women like to have ideas about me. I don't know where she got my phone number, but she actually texted me to confess. Tao Yuan nodded. I remember that you sued her for harassment and caused her to be fired. From then on, no female staff dared to openly fall in love with him. Thinking about it, he was speechless. Fang Yiqing said righteously. If a woman I don't like confesses to me, that's called harassment. I think you should learn more Mandarin. If it's so troublesome to be in charge of the new people, then you can resign and go back to take over the family business. Chapter 438. He has no enmity with you. You don't have to fight with him. What Tao Yuan did not say was that he could not defeat Lu Li and would only suffer in the end. Fang Yiqing was straightforward and arrogant, but his personality was quite simple. At least he would not scheme against others. What kind of person was Lu Li? He was the best at playing dirty and hiding a knife behind his smile. They were not on the same level at all. Who said that I have no enmity with him? He is my rival in love. After seeing him this time, I feel that you are blind to like such a bad man. He is not good enough for you. When are you going to divorce? That's my business. What is your business and my business? You are my business. Fang Yiqing was very stubborn in this aspect, but Tao Yuan really could not respond to his kindness. She was also having a headache now and did not want to say anything more. She sighed. Can you stop for a while? He could see that she was very tired and did not dare to force her, so he said with a cheeky smile. Okay. Don't think about it, I will treat you to something delicious tonight. After work, the road was congested and the car drove very slowly. Neon lights flashed on both sides and it was a bustling scene. Tao Yuan leaned against the car seat and looked out of the window indifferently, feeling a little tired. She had a hunch that Zhang Mingmei's appearance would cause trouble, so she had been very careful, but she did not expect that it would be so unexpected. Of course, this was not Zhang Mingmei's fault. She was indeed injured under her eyes, so the responsibility was hers. However, it had been 3 years and she had feelings for that job and colleagues, so she was very reluctant to part with them. When she went to report in the afternoon, she specially bought some cakes for her new colleagues, but they did not appreciate it and said behind her back that she was hypocritical. In fact, she could understand that as a customer service staff, they usually had to maintain a smile in front of customers and could only swallow their grievances, so their attitude towards colleagues might be worse. Thinking about it from another perspective, she did not care. But she could feel that Manager Huang seemed to be hostile to her. Of course, at this time, Tao Yuan did not know that it was Lu Li who specially asked Manager Huang to take care of her. Her mind was in a mess. Tao Yuan pinched the space between her brows. In the driver's seat, Fang Yiqing was in high spirits. Hey, what are we eating later? It's quite cold today. Shall we have hot pot? There's a good Sichuan hot pot restaurant up ahead. It's hard to wait. Then Mao Kai? Excessive internal heat. Western food? I seem to have invested in a Western restaurant, a 5-star one. It's nearby. I have no appetite. That's hairy crap, right? He licked his lips. Tao Yuan could not help but roll her eyes at him. Have you forgotten that you got acute gastroenteritis from eating crab last time? Isn't vomiting and having diarrhea uncomfortable? How did I swear? Are you a pig if you eat more hairy crabs? I ate too much that time. I'll eat less today. I'll definitely not eat more than 5. Chem? My dear Yuan. Fang Yiqing begged with a mischievous smile, which made Tao Yuan feel both annoyed and amused. He was a 27-year-old man, but sometimes he was as childish as a child. It was all because of his family's pampering. Fang Yiqing was an old man with 3 sisters who doted on him. He had been spoiled since he was a child and was bossy. But such a proud man was very obedient in front of her, which was very cute. Yuan, I beg you, 4? No. Ring, her phone rang. Tao Yuan looked at the number and made a shushing gesture. Dad. Yes, I'm on my way. Okay, I'll be back now. Tao Yuan hung up. Sorry, I can't have dinner with you. 3 years ago, she moved out of the Lu family, but she would go back to have dinner with Lu Yanting on the 15th and the end of every month. She remembered it yesterday but she was too busy today and forgot about it. Fang Yicheng was very depressed. You're already here and you're still standing me up? Can't you go after dinner? No, I have to have dinner with my dad. Then bring me along. I'm very lovable, your dad must like me very much. My father-in-law. Fang Yicheng snorted disdainfully. They say that the kind of family raises the kind of child. Just look at Lu Li's upbringing and you can tell that his family is not good. Why go back and ask for abuse? She couldn't help but mutter. Lu Li is a jerk. Let me tell you, there is no good man in a relationship, only men who are good to you. Just based on this, Lu Li is not a good man. Don't waste time on him. Get a divorce and get yourself out of it. If you continue to nag, I'm getting out of the car. Tao Yuan bought 2 bottles of Lu Yanting's favorite liquor at the supermarket. As soon as she entered the house, her sister-in-law, Lu Qingwan, ran over and mocked her. Oh, you're here to please my dad again. Twice a month you're so punctual. Are you afraid that he won't give you money? Tao Yuan couldn't be bothered to talk to her. She had never taken a single cent from the Lu family. She hated the 2 women of the Lu family so much that it was hard for her to say another word to them. During the first year she married Lu Li, she suffered a lot from the mother and daughter. At that time she was very silly. No matter how they bullied her, she endured it and cried alone at night. She even imagined that her tolerance could be exchanged for their change. But ever since that incident she had completely recognized their true colors. Some people were born with a dark and vicious heart and had to fight back. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Those who should come back don't come back, and those who shouldn't come back are like flies. Because of you, my brother rarely comes home. It's all your fault. Tao Yuan put down the wine and said, I don't live here, he can come back anytime. As long as he is willing. Don't you understand? He doesn't even want to stay where you are. Tao Yuan was polite to outsiders who made things difficult for her, but her rebuttal to Lu Qingwan was obviously sharper. Then you can move. Can't the Lu family afford to buy a house? Why should he move for you? Who do you think you are? Then I can't do anything about it. His legs are his. Whether he comes home or not is not something I can control. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Qingwan was about to die of anger. What kind of attitude is that? I'll take whatever attitude you have. Fine, you're really good at talking. I can't win against you in an argument. Besides, you're so ruthless. Maybe you'll treat me like you treated Zhang Mingmei. Tao Yuan smiled. That's hard to say. If you're afraid, you really have to take it easy. All right, don't argue with her or your father will scold you again. Su Baihe came over and glared at Tao Yuan. Then she pulled Lu Qingwan aside and whispered something to her. If you want to argue, don't do it at home. You've suffered a lot. If it was outside of home, would she be afraid of not being able to deal with Tao Yuan? There was no need to have a conflict at home. When the meal was ready, Tao Yuan accompanied Lu Yanting to drink. Her alcohol tolerance was not very good, but she could drink a little, especially white wine. After drinking with him for a few years, she could still drink. Lu Qingwan looked unhappy and kept grumbling in a low voice. If you want to eat, then eat. If not, then go up. Don't give me that sour face. Lu Yanting reprimanded. I don't want to. Why should I give up my seat to her? Eat your food. I don't want to listen to you. Lu Yanting's face darkened and turned to ask Su Baihe. He's not coming back? He said he's busy. I think he's trying to avoid someone. Su Baihe deliberately glanced at Tao Yuan. Outrageous. It's outrageous, but you can't blame our son. In my opinion, since she has moved out and our son is not coming back, this marriage is only in name. There's no meaning to it. It's better to get a divorce, lest those reporters make things up again. Since when do you have the right to make decisions about their marriage? Su Baihe was annoyed and could not help but retort. That's right. You've always been the one making the decisions. Even if our son doesn't like it, you still force him to marry her. You're the most capable. Dad, don't be angry. I'll accompany you to drink a few more cups. Lu Yanting's expression softened a little. Lu Qingwan pouted. TSK bootlicker. During the meal, Lu Yanting asked Tao Yuan about her work situation. She said it was going well and did not tell him about the transfer. Since she had handed the hotel over to Lu Li had the power. Lu Li could decide whatever he wanted. Moreover, she did not want to bother him with these things. That night they stayed at the Lu family. Tao Yuan took a shower and came out wrapped in a towel. Suddenly she saw Lu Li standing by the door and was shocked. Why are you back? He stood there with a faint smile, clear and sharp. Is it strange for me to return to my own home? Tao Yuan thought that it was strange. When she was not around, he might have returned home. But her memory was still from 3 years ago. She had been alone in her room for an entire year. So, how could it not be strange for him to suddenly appear? He should have known that she would return home today. Why did he still come back? The number of times she had seen him in the past 2 days was more than the total number of times she had seen him in the past few years. Tao Yuan felt a chill in her heart. Lu Li's tall figure blocked most of the lights. In the blurry light he looked even taller. His long and slender eyes were slightly narrowed, making Tao Yuan shudder slightly. She only had a towel wrapped around her. She felt very insecure and clutched it tightly. Lu Li sized her up. The current her felt different from the one in the morning. She seemed to be much more delicate. Perhaps it was because of her hair. When she tied her hair into a bun, she looked very serious and mature. Now that it was all down, a few strands of hair were still stuck to her face, making her look a little sexy and delicate. The towel only covered the middle of her thighs. That pair of long legs was especially eye-catching. It was really a waste to wrap them in a long dress. Lu Li had seen too many women with good skin. But Tao Yuan was different. She was really fair. It wasn't just her face. Her entire body looked as though it had been soaked in milk. It was fair and tender. He had never touched it before, but he could tell that it was excellent. At this moment she was a little nervous. Her eyes were shimmering. Her black and white were distinct and captivating. He remembered that one day in university, his good friend suddenly said to him, "Don't you think that your girlfriend's bestie has beautiful eyes?" At that time he was very disdainful. How was a four-eyed girl with an ordinary figure and old-fashioned clothes beautiful? But looking at her now, the shape of her eyes were really charming peach blossom eyes. It was as though they could speak. Did she use those eyes to seduce Fang Yicheng? Lu Li suddenly felt a sour and disgusted feeling in his throat. In the past 3 years when he was not around, she had become a lot more coquettish. What are you nervous about? It's not like you haven't been seen by men before. In the past 3 years, Fang Yicheng must have seen quite a lot, right? Chapter 439. We are not in the hotel now. There is no need to emphasize this to me. I said I don't care. Tao Yuan felt that he must be sick. Why did he say it if he didn't care? Was he being mean? However, she had always known how arrogant and vicious Lu Li was. He could say anything hurtful without considering the other party's feelings. The problem was, why was she willing to endure all kinds of injuries? How despicable. Neither of them said much. Lu Li walked past her and opened the wardrobe. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye. She was shrouded in a fine light. She was so damn beautiful. He usually lived outside. What else was there to look for in here? Was it left before the marriage? When he squatted down to look at the bottom drawer, Tao Yuan suddenly remembered that the diary she wrote in the first year of her marriage was also in that place. At that time, she wrote the diary every night and cried like a resentful wife. It must be embarrassing to be seen by him. Thinking of this, she walked over. What are you looking for? Lu Li ignored her and continued to look for it without saying a word. What are you looking for? It has nothing to do with you. You will mess up the wardrobe. I have tidied it up and I am quite familiar with it. Tell me and I will help you find it. There is no need. Seeing that she was about to turn to the diary, Tao Yuan was a little anxious. She squatted down and wanted to squeeze him to the side. Let me. In the end, she used too much strength and Lu Li was not very stable on one foot. She knocked him down and she fell on him. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Bang! The two of them fell to the ground together. Tao Yuan was a little shocked. When she came to her senses, she realized that she was on top of Lu Li. Their faces were so close that they could see each other's pores clearly. He had a pair of very deep eyes, but now his eyes were full of sarcasm. The warm yellow light in the room was on and the atmosphere became subtle. Lu Li did not push her away. He did not want to admit that he was a little reluctant. Her body was soft and fragrant. It was very comfortable. Psychologically, he still felt that she was very disgusting. He looked at her with a faint smile, the corners of his mouth curling up in a faint mocking smile. Is throwing yourself into someone's arms your specialty? No, it's not an accident. Perhaps because he was too handsome, she actually stuttered a little. A deliberate accident? She vaguely felt that his abnormal reaction was was it her imagination? Lu Li could tell that she was aware of it. She was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. But how could a woman be so inexperienced? Her acting skills were not bad, but unfortunately she could not fool him. He didn't want to hide it. Moreover, this could provoke her. He felt very good and continued to ridicule her. I was just looking for something, but you insisted on squeezing your way over and even pretended to accidentally push me down. Is this your usual tactic? Her entire body was pressed against his, squeezing against his chest. As she squeezed against him, her fragrance drilled into his nostrils. It was very rich, a fragrance that could intoxicate any man. It was one thing to hate her, but he had always liked the smell of her body. The faint fragrance was refreshing, and at this moment, it became an aphrodisiac. Her ability to seduce men could be said to be very good. Her technique, fragrance, everything was just right. No wonder even an arrogant idiot like Fang Yicheng was subdued by her. That day at the meeting, he was as obedient as a puppy with just one look from her. However, she, Tao Yuan, could not use such a clumsy method to subdue him. His mocking smile deepened. You seem to enjoy the feeling of pressing against me? But would a chauvinistic man like me like this? Your scheming is in the wrong place, or rather, you're using the wrong person. He did not use a single vulgar word to humiliate her. Tao Yuan had no room to refute. Just when she was at a loss, he suddenly reached out and touched her, making her so anxious that she almost jumped up. What are you doing? She screamed. Her fair and tender face was flushed red. Who knows how many men have played with you? Why are you pretending? You must like it to death that I'm willing to touch you, right? It's a pity that I think it's dirty. Lu Li slowly propped himself up, still looking elegant. He smiled at her flushed face and added another stab. Are you blushing because you feel ashamed that you failed to offer yourself? Oh, that's not right. You don't seem to know how to write the word shame. After all, on your wedding night 4 years ago, you wore a set of black clothes. It really subverted my worldview. From then on, I knew that the more innocent a woman looks, the more unrestrained she is in private. TSK, that set of pajamas was really something. Most women would not be so daring. You, Tao Yuan bit her lips. He said that she had a sharp tongue, but in fact he was the most vicious one. The skills that she had trained in the workplace for 3 years seemed to be completely useless in front of him. The only thing she could do was to maintain a calm attitude. After being humiliated, she could still resist quarreling with him. Instead, she said calmly, I just want to help you find something. Really? But I see that you're panicking. It's more like you're afraid that I'll find out your secret. Lu Li continued to search inside, leaving her with a beautiful side profile. Even the curve of his chin outlined his arrogance. What? Is there evidence that you've slept with Fang Yicheng or other men? Tao Yuan replied. There are so many cases of pornographic photos nowadays. Who would dare to take such photos? It's good that you know. I've already said that I don't care which man you sleep with. But if you dare to tarnish the reputation of the Lu family, I'll kill you. He flipped to the diary. Tao Yuan held her breath. The word, diary, was written directly in the diary. But Lu Li didn't even look at it and threw it aside. She heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time she laughed at herself for being too arrogant. He wouldn't be interested in anything of hers. Her nervousness was all because she was scaring herself. At the bottom of the drawer was a photo album. Because there was a layer of paper on it, Tao Yuan didn't notice anything under it when she was tidying it up. Lu Li casually flipped to a page and she saw their photo. Of course it wasn't her and him. It was him and another woman, the woman he loved. It was just a quick glance, but his eyes softened a lot. There was a hint of regret in his deep love. He came back just to find this photo album? Tao Yuan couldn't tell what she was feeling for a moment. The whole wardrobe was turned upside down. Lu Li didn't care and got up to leave. Will you stay at home tonight? Tao Yuan regretted it as soon as she asked. She said such nonsense. Do you really want me to stay? After asking, he left without looking back. Tao Yuan shook her head. She was asking to be humiliated again. She was the only one left in the lonely room. 2 days before she was transferred to the customer service department, Tao Yuan's work wasn't very smooth. When she was in the business department, maybe because of her identity as the CEO's wife, her colleagues were more polite to her. Later they slowly developed a real relationship. After the attack on Zhang Mingmei, the customer service department knew that Mrs. Lu was very despised, so they didn't feel the need to pretend to be good to her. When she needed to familiarize herself with the situation, no one wanted to help her. Even the 10 people in her team were like robots. They did everything very mechanically. It was a waste of time to ask them for help. Tao Yuan just did everything herself. When Fang Yicheng called, Tao Yuan was patrolling the guest room. She hadn't sat since 9 in the morning. Her heels hurt from the rubbing of her high heels. Fang Yicheng was laughing and joking on the other end of the phone. Tao Yuan wasn't in the mood to listen and pinched her eyebrows. If you have something to say, I'm hanging up. I'm busy. Isn't it lunchtime? Yes, I haven't finished my work. What's the matter? Didn't you have to pick up an artist before you were transferred? He's called Professor Su. Then you asked me to pick him up. But a new batch of people just came and I can't find the time now. Fang Yicheng was usually very willing to do these kinds of errands. If he said he had no time, it meant he really had no time. Tao Yuan couldn't find anyone else at the moment. She looked at her watch. There were 2 hours of rest in the afternoon. She should be able to make it. Okay, you do your work. I'll go by myself. At the airport, the marble floor was shiny and the pedestrians were in a hurry. Tao Yuan made another call and told her about the work in the afternoon. Just when she hung up, Fang Yicheng's call came in. Are you back at the hotel? Not yet. I'm at the airport. The plane is more than 2 hours late. I don't know how long I'll have to wait. She looked at the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. She was a little anxious. Why don't you come back first and ask the hotel to send a car, or he can take a taxi himself? No, it's rare for him to come back and stay at our hotel. I want to discuss with him about the art exhibition personally. Fang Yicheng let out a cry. You still don't want to give up? That old artist has been in seclusion for many years. It's useless no matter how people beg him. You'd better not be rebuffed. Besides, you've already been transferred away. Why do you still care about these trivial things? Even if I'm transferred, I have to settle things properly. You know this is my principle. You go ahead. I'll talk to you later. Tao Yuan waited for more than 2 hours before she received Professor Su. In order to express his apology, he invited her for coffee. She wanted to take this opportunity to fight for another chance. I'm so sorry. The plane was 4 hours late. I'm old and my memory is not good. I forgot to call your hotel. He knew that young people did not have much patience. So, he thought that even if Tao Yuan did not say anything, she would definitely be angry. However, she did not. Instead, she smiled and asked with concern. How was the trip? Professor Su was stunned. Yes. Okay, that's good. You've been on the plane for a few hours. It must be very tiring. I'm usually very afraid of going on business trips. The main reason is that flying is too tiring. Yes, I also feel tired. My old bones can't take the toss. By the way, Professor Su, I've mentioned the art exhibition to you on the phone before. As soon as Tao Yuan opened her mouth, he rejected her. Thank you for coming to pick me up, but I've already retired from the art world. I don't want to hold any more exhibitions. But a lot of people like your paintings. Manager Tao, I have a good impression of you, but I don't want to talk about this. Tao Yuan did not want to pester him anymore. Professor Su's phone rang. Yes, I've just arrived. It's okay. The hotel sent a car to pick me up. Do you want to have dinner together tonight? Oh, I'm not free. There was an obvious disappointment on his face, but he still shook his head. It's okay. You're busy. Another day. After hanging up the phone, Professor Su looked regretful. Chapter 440. Yes, I came back to China to meet them, but none of them are free. How many children do you have? 2, a son and a daughter. My son and daughter are both designers, very outstanding. Look, these are their works. Professor Su talked about his children for more than an hour. He only realized this after he finished talking. Sorry I said so much. It's okay. After listening to you, I can reflect on myself. I have neglected to take care of my parents. It is said that a person's biggest regret is that the speed of success cannot keep up with the speed of their parents aging. But you can't just focus on work, you have to spend more time with them. Professor Su was deeply touched. Yes, I haven't talked to young people like this for a long time. I feel much better now. I'm sorry for taking up more than an hour. Thank you for listening so patiently. How about this? I'll think about the art exhibition. I'll let you know when I'm ready. Tao Yuan was very happy. Thank you. Don't thank me. I was moved by your sincerity. Too many people have tried to persuade me to hold an art exhibition, but they are too eager for quick success and can't stop talking about the art exhibition. They don't listen to me at all. But you are different. You are a very considerate person. I have a good eye for people. Work hard and you will achieve great things in the future. Tao Yuan and Professor Su had a good talk. On the way back to the hotel, they had almost finalized the art exhibition. Just as she returned to the customer service department, Fang Yicheng came. When he heard that the art exhibition was settled, he praised her again. I'm not as good as you say. You only know how to brag. I'm telling the truth. My Yuan is the best. There is nothing she can't do. Fang Yicheng's tone was very arrogant. Have you forgotten the rules again? Fine. Manager Tao, are you done? The two of them joked for a while. Passers-by felt that they were very close. To prevent misunderstandings, Tao Yuan quickly chased Fang Yiqing away. When she returned to the office, she suddenly saw Lu Li sitting on the sofa. She stopped in her tracks. He crossed his long legs and was flipping through some documents. He asked without raising his head. Scared? What was there to be afraid of? Feeling guilty? His tone was sinister, as if he had just crawled out from the ground. His deep eyes slowly looked up, like Satan who wanted to take his life. Tao Yuan got goosebumps when he appeared and disappeared like a ghost, but she still calmly put her bag on the table. No, I didn't expect you to come. You just came back from outside? Where did he go? I'm going to the airport to pick up a client to talk about the art exhibition. Lu Li closed the document with a bit of force. Pa. Her heart skipped a beat. You're just a customer service team leader? Who allowed you to go to the art exhibition? I haven't dealt with the matters before the transfer. So you deserted your post? Lu Li sneered. Do you think you're still the manager of the business department? Or maybe this is just a cover and you disappeared for a few hours to be with Fang Yiqing? No, I did go to the airport. So you're saying that my eyes were playing tricks on me? The two people in the corridor just now weren't you and Fang Yiqing? So many people saw you two flirting. It seems like you and him are already an open secret, right? Mrs. Lu. Lu Li's tone was getting darker, and his face was shrouded in a haze. So the entire hotel knows about your relationship, and only I, the nominal Mr. Lu, don't know about it? It's not like that. He came to look for me and we were just chatting. Is there a need to get physical while chatting? Thinking of the scene of the two of them chatting and laughing, Lu Li narrowed his eyes, which were as sharp as a poisonous glint. He touched your face, right? Tao Yuan couldn't say that it was an accident. She and Fang Yiqing were too close. Sometimes he liked to get physical, but it wasn't like he violated her. It was just a playful banter between two close friends. But in Lu Li's eyes, it was just flirting. He couldn't tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes. A little stimulation would be magnified infinitely, and it was clear that she couldn't be forgiven. He touched my face in public and I don't know where he touched in private. Lu Li snorted. The more he thought about it, the more jealous he became. Look at how anxious he is. Could it be that you haven't fed him enough? Or is he just not strong enough? If Fang Yiqing heard this, he would definitely get into a fight with him. Tao Yuan thought to herself. Lu Li's mouth was really vicious. I'm not close enough with Manager Fang to talk about such a topic. Lu Li sneered. Of course you don't have to talk about it. You're both doing it. He stood up and walked over to her. It was strange. The more he hated her in his heart, the more Lu Li felt that Tao Yuan was beautiful. It wasn't the kind of dazzling beauty, but it kept on drilling into his heart. Her lips were tightly pursed. She was stubborn and intelligent, making one want to tear her apart. Was this how Fang Yiqing was bewitched? Lu Li suddenly felt a little resentful. He gritted his teeth. I really want to know what happened in the past 3 years that made you so arrogant. Stealing so brazenly, you're pretty good too. It seems that I really underestimated you, huh? The man's aura was too intimidating. Tao Yuan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. President, it's working hours now. He felt that it was ridiculous. Does working hours make a difference to you? Anyway, it's all your stealing time. The adulterer is in my Lu family's hotel, and I even made things convenient for you. Aren't you very grateful to me? On the other hand, this also allowed you to fully enjoy the joy of taking revenge on me. The murderous aura around him was getting stronger and stronger. Tao Yuan couldn't take it anymore. Lu Li was a person who was scarily calm most of the time. However, he also had times when he was emotional. When he was emotional, he was scarier than ordinary people. Being in the same room with him was a very dangerous thing. She had better leave this place immediately. I still have to patrol the guest rooms. I'll go to work first. She turned around to leave. The next second he grabbed her wrist and pressed her against the wall. The moment her back hit the wall, Tao Yuan pushed back. However, Lu Li's movements were even faster. He suddenly pressed down, one hand on the left side of her shoulder, imprisoning her between himself and the wall. His face was also pressed down at the same time. There was a dangerous light in his eyes. His fingers were cold and strong. Everything showed how dangerous he was. Every time I'm halfway through my sentence, you want to escape. Are you looking down on me or are you feeling guilty? Who gave you the courage to do that? Fang Yiqing or another adulterer? He spoke very harshly. Every word was like a sharp blade. Tao Yuan hated his violence. She hated his aura even more. He was domineering and strong. It was like a strong magnetic field, disturbing her heartbeat, her thoughts, and making it hard for her to breathe. At such a close distance, she could even hear the murderous aura in his breath clearly. Such intimate contact made people feel very uncomfortable, especially when the other party was Lu Li. Tao Yuan felt uneasy. Why aren't you talking? Why don't you argue that your relationship with Fang Yicheng isn't like what I said? Don't you like to emphasize your innocence as if you're the most noble and pure woman in the world? What about now? Is this a tacit agreement? I just think that I don't need to explain these groundless accusations. Groundless accusations? Everyone in the hotel saw clearly what happened between you and Fang Yicheng. Are you lying through your teeth? Faced with his repeated insults, Tao Yuan only felt that it was ridiculous. It was really not worth talking to such a person. She looked away, but Lu Li pinched her chin, forcing her to look at him. The strength of his slender fingers was so strong that she was forced to open her mouth and tremble slightly. Look me in the eyes when you speak. Don't try to avoid my question. Lu Li was angry. In his opinion, if she didn't look at him, it meant that she had a guilty conscience and was looking down on him. He couldn't stand this kind of attitude from a woman. In the past, she loved him deeply and he was her entire world. But now, she wasn't even willing to look at him? He wouldn't allow it. What question? You've already made up your mind. What else do you want me to answer? So you admit it? Lu Li was angry. His fingers tightened, causing her jaw to make a GG sound. It was so painful that her eyes turned red, but she still stubbornly stared at him. If you think it's true, then take it as I admit it. This sentence made Lu Li fly into a rage. The fingers that were pinching her chin suddenly grabbed her neck. You lowly. He didn't know where the anger came from, but when Lu Li realized it, he had already kissed Tao Yuan's lips. Tao Yuan's face turned pale from the pain. She used one hand to push him away, but Lu Li grabbed her hand and pulled it over her head. His body pressed down on hers and he kept squeezing her as if he wanted to empty her. She was about to go crazy from this intense kiss. It shouldn't be like this. It had been 3 years, they had been separated for 3 years. She thought that they would end things peacefully. She tried her best to avoid him, but he kept pestering her and cruelly humiliated her. In his eyes, she was just a prostitute. He could give her to other men or he could humiliate her. How could she fall in love with a wild beast? In her anger, Tao Yuan bit down on his lips until her mouth was filled with the taste of blood. Just when Tao Yuan felt that her blood was about to be sucked dry, a staff member suddenly barged in. At the same time, Lu Li let go of her, but with their bleeding lips and the heated and hostile atmosphere, the situation couldn't be more obvious. Lu Li's lips were bitten and blood seeped out. His chest heaved up and down as he stared at Tao Yuan. His eyes continued to ruthlessly torture her. The staff member was so scared that she quickly ran away. Her eyes were red and her face was red from anger, but she didn't curse out loud. She just wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and squeezed out a sarcastic smile. Don't you think a woman who has been touched by others is dirty? That's right. She was already dirty 3 years ago. How could he lose control and kiss her? Lu Li's chest was filled with anger, but that kiss released a lot of his anger. His face slowly sank and he smiled instead of being angry. How can a prostitute be clean? Did you think I kissed you because I cared about you? I just wanted to taste your ability to seduce an adulterer. It's a pity that you don't taste good and it disgusts me. He smiled coldly like a handsome devil and straightened his cravat. Chapter 441. The last sentence, which had a hidden meaning of sarcasm, stabbed Tao Yuan's soft spot. She knew that he had always looked down on her family background. Because she had taken away everything from his lover, she was a sinner. What happened in the office was spread out, and the entire customer service department was full of rumors. Tao Yuan's situation became even more difficult. But she was not affected by the public opinion, and continued to work conscientiously. Time would be the best way to wash away the rumors. Even if she could not, it was fine as long as she had a clear conscience. The 2 customer service staff complained all the way back and Tao Yuan asked what was going on. The guest in room 3210 is so difficult. He keeps saying that the room's soundproofing is not good, and he can hear the sound next door. Come on. We are a 6-star hotel, how is that possible? That's right, I think he is delusional. We have already changed a few rooms for him, but he is still not satisfied. So crafty. Room 3210, right? I will handle it. TSK, if we can't handle it, can she handle it? What are you trying to show off? She is just the wife of an outdated CEO, and she has a foot in 2 boats. Shameless. The two customer service staff discussed in a low voice. Tao Yuan knocked on the door, and the middle-aged man inside opened the door angrily. After she revealed her identity, he kept complaining. Are you a 6-star hotel? The soundproofing of each room is terrible, and the customer service staff is also terrible. How can they say that I imagined it? I'm so angry. Calm down first, let me listen. Tao Yuan leaned against the wall and listened carefully for a while. There is no sound. How is that possible? There was sound just now. Do you think I have nothing to do with you? The man asked angrily. How about this? I will upgrade your room. I have money, I don't need it, you are avoiding the problem. If you don't solve it, I will complain until no one dares to stay in your hotel. I will do what I say. Tao Yuan glanced at the sleeping pills on the bedside table. Do you have insomnia? How do you know? I have taken that kind of medicine before. It was effective at first, but after a few times, it became useless. Instead, I felt more mental pressure and the situation became worse. You also have insomnia? Yes. I had insomnia for more than a year before. Just thinking about it made Tao Yuan feel that it was very difficult. Even in the year of their marriage, Lu Li didn't come home every day. She was alone in the empty room and often couldn't sleep until dawn. I've had insomnia before and I know how painful it is. It's too torturous. The more I want to sleep, the more I can't. I'm very frustrated and my mood the next day will also be affected. The other party immediately felt that they were in the same boat. Isn't that right? I'm going crazy. I really don't know what to do. Western medicine is harmful. It's better to try Chinese medicine. I have a prescription from an old Chinese medicine practitioner. Bupleurum, fragrant wood, and white peony are used as medicine. The effect is quite good. If you think it's troublesome to drink medicine, you can use naval therapy. Sticking the health and tranquil sleeping plaster is also very effective. Really? That's great. Hurry up and give me one. Why don't I cook a bowl for you to try? That would be great. By the way, do you still need to change rooms? We have a few empty rooms in the deluxe suite, so we can guarantee that there will be no noise next door. Hearing her say this, the man waved his hand. There's no need. Maybe I really can't sleep and am too frustrated. It has nothing to do with the room. Sorry for the trouble. Hotel restaurant. Lu Li sat by the window with a cigarette between his fingers. His fingers were especially slender, and his knuckles were distinct, showing his wisdom. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man. He flicked the cigarette ash. President Zhou regarding the cooperation for the next season. Before he could finish, President Zhou replied first. I've already contacted the headquarters yesterday and confirmed the cooperation plan. The cooperation was still in the early stages of discussion. President Zhou was only here for an inspection. It was out of Lu Li's expectations that he would confirm it so quickly. You said that you wanted to inspect for another week. Yes, but one of your employees made me make the right decision first. Oh, she's here. Lu Li looked over. It was actually Tao Yuan. Their eyes met and she paused for a moment. President Zhou waved at her and she came over. Mr. Zhou, President. Her eyes lingered on Lu Li's lips for a second. Thinking of that passionate and bloody kiss, Tao Yuan's heart burned, and she subconsciously avoided his gaze. That's her. President Zhou explained what had happened before. Wilton is undoubtedly the most luxurious president in Motu City, but our requirements for the hotel are not as simple as star rating. The most important thing is to implement the most attentive service to every Tao guest. With such a responsible employee like Miss Tao, I am very confident. Lu Li took a puff of his cigarette, touched his thin lips and said in a faint tone. Yes, Group Leader Tao is indeed outstanding. Whether in the business department or the customer service department, she is very satisfactory. She is an excellent woman. Tao Yuan thought, satisfied and demoted? He was good at saying polite words. It was just that it was not good for him to keep staring at her like this, right? He seemed to be up to no good with a smile that was not a smile. It was very dangerous. When did the change in her body happen? Lu Li asked himself. At that time, Tao Yuan was just a little girl who wore glasses, blushed when she spoke and was a yes man. She was not eye-catching at all. Now she was like a carved, unpolished jade, suddenly becoming dazzling. That change was not only in appearance, not because she dressed more tastefully or could put on makeup, but also because of her calm confidence, competence, and elegance. She was a strong woman but not the domineering kind. Instead, she was the kind of woman who was very smart and knew how to conquer strength with softness. Even men could not help but admire her. He used to think that she was unpromising, but now he was interested in her. President Zhou left first. Lu Li and Tao Yuan walked together. She stopped at the elevator. You go first. Lu Li got into the elevator and pressed the button to open the door. You're not going down? I'll take the next elevator. On guard against me? Lu Li raised his eyebrows. Are you afraid that I'll violate you in the elevator? Come in if you have something to talk about. Tao Yuan hoped that a third person would enter the elevator, but unfortunately there was no one. The two of them stood side by side. Her eyes were fixed on the numbers, hoping to get to her floor as soon as possible. Team Leader Tao, I have a question to ask you. His voice was full of meaning. Tao Yuan did not think that it was a good thing that he would ask for advice. How do you make every man praise you so much? I heard that the old artist organized the art exhibition 2 days ago because of you. He praised you whenever he met anyone he met. Today President Zhou also confirmed the cooperation in advance because of you. I can't help but think, could it be that you have a special attraction to men that I don't know about? I can't see it no matter how I look at it. President, you're exaggerating. I'm just an ordinary employee who does my job diligently. I don't have any special attraction. Then you mean that the others don't do their job diligently? How could he misinterpret me like that? No, every employee in the hotel is doing their best. Then you mean that you have a special ability? He was so aggressive, but Tao Yuan was not interested in taking the bait. Didn't you say that you have work to discuss? I said I have something to discuss, not work. What do you think of President Zhou just now? I don't understand the meaning of this question. He's 48 this year. He just lost his wife 2 years ago and his son is abroad. He seems to be very supportive of him remarrying. I think he seems to be very satisfied with you. Do you also think that it's not bad to be someone's stepmother? He was the best at talking nonsense and he did not mind going too far. Tao Yuan rolled her eyes in her heart, and her tone became a little cold. It's better to have my own child. With whom? Fang Yiqing? It seems that you prefer a pretty boy with soft skin and tender flesh. But is that kind of person reliable? Lu Li's tone was very sour. Young men's minds are full of how to kidnap women to bed. Not many can take responsibility. President Lu, you're also a young man. Is your mind also filled with those things? She actually defended Fang Yiqing and even used him as a comparison? Lu Li was not happy no matter how he heard it, and he really wanted to break her slender neck. He replied coldly, that kind of idiot can compare with me? I think that Manager Fang is not stupid. He is just a little cynical but very smart. Lu Li cursed in his heart. Was she not going to let him die of anger? However, he would not be fooled by her. After all, he was a fox who had cultivated for 1,000 years. How could he be angered by a few words from her? It seems that you really like him and you don't intend to hide it at all. I'm still married and I don't want to commit bigamy. Then why don't you just divorce? This was the first time these 2 words came out of his mouth after being separated for 3 years. In the first year of their marriage they met a few times and he always said that he wanted a divorce. At that time she felt like a knife was twisting in her heart, but now she was just stunned as if everything had been settled. After guarding this peaceful marriage for 4 years she slowly got used to it. Now it was not that she did not want a divorce, but that it did not matter, so she did not think about it. But since he mentioned it, Tao Yuan suddenly felt that it was good to cut the Gordian knot. If you want a divorce, I agree. Lu Li was very annoyed. For more than 10 years she had been pestering him like a cowhide plaster, and he could not get rid of her. No matter how bad the insults were, she still refused to divorce. Now she said the word agree, so casually, it seemed that she had decided to be with Fang Yiqing. She had delayed him for 4 years and now that she found a better one she wanted to kick him away? In her dreams. Ding, the elevator arrived. I'm sorry but I have no intention of divorce at the moment. I want to see what the bottom line of you two is. Leaving these words, the figure with a murderous aura had already left. Tao Yuan did not feel good about it. What a vicious couple. Back at the customer service department, Tao Yuan could hear Lin Wei scolding from afar, so she quickened her steps. Lin Wei had her hands on her waist, fighting 1 against 5. The 5 were all her team members and they were arguing fiercely. Tao Yuan hurriedly pulled her back to the office. What's going on? Why are you arguing so much? I came to find you and asked them where you were. They said that you were making rounds and I asked them why didn't they follow you? They said that they were too lazy to go, and that since you are so capable, you can do the work of 11 people, so you were chatting while eating sunflower seeds. I'm so angry, how can a subordinate act like this? They are taking advantage of your good temper. Chapter 442. Tao Yuan poured a cup of tea for her and comforted her for a while. It's alright, it's not a big deal. We have to get used to each other when we are in a new department. They are a bit lazy and waste too much time. Sometimes I just work alone. But you can't do everything for them. It's their job to begin with. Now that you are busy alone, they are hanging upside down and chatting. Are they trying to tire you out? I have an idea. Alright, why are you looking for me? Lin Wei blushed. I have a boyfriend. Really? Xiao Zhang from the purchasing department? Tao Yuan was very happy. Their personalities and families were a good match. They should have been together a long time ago. Yes. Actually, we have been dating for 3 months, but our relationship is not confirmed yet. That's why I didn't want to tell you. Sister Tao, you are experienced. I want to ask you for a favor. After listening to her, Tao Yuan blushed a little. She had never done that before. Tao Yuan was called to the office by Lu Li. He sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, reading the newspaper. His suit pants could not hide his long legs. Below his waist, it was all his legs. He did not wear a tie and the collar of his white shirt was slightly open, revealing his slender neck. He was young and casual. Tao Yuan was dazed. 28 years old was the best age for a man. He had the flamboyance of a young man and the maturity of a mature man. He was also a little black-bellied. It was hard to describe him with one word. In short, he was charming and could not be looked at directly. The high and mighty man was too dazzling. Even now, she still suspected that the most arrogant Lu Li of the Motu city was her nominal husband. No, I still have something to do in the department. I have to go back. You are so responsible. Why is your team's efficiency the lowest in the whole department? It's so low that I can't bear to look at it. Tao Yuan knew that he was here to question her. Lu Li put the documents aside and patted the seat beside him. Come and sit. We still have a lot to talk about. It can't be finished in a short time. If she got too close to him, she would be in danger. Tao Yuan was reluctant, but she still did as she was told. The team you lead is full of mistakes and has seriously dragged down the entire customer service department. In the week that you've been there, you've already received complaints from the guests several times. They say that customer service is not responsible, that you make phone calls during working hours, and that you've even been caught smoking in the room. The other teams didn't do very well. Why does your team have so many problems? Regarding this, Tao Yuan was also very puzzled. Every group would have a mix of good and bad people, but it seemed that the worst employees in the entire department were all in her group. There were those who liked to be late, smoke, and even those who liked to steal other people's things. She didn't want to say that they were thieves, but their behavior of shoplifting was similar to that of a thief. She had suspected that this was Lu Li's special arrangement. Of course, she wouldn't ask him directly. In any case, she had to bear the good and the bad. Complaining was nonsense. It would only lower her image and highlight her incompetence. She especially did not want to lose to him. I will take care of it. How will you take care of it? Lu Li lit a cigarette. He knew that she hated the smell of smoke, but he still blew a ring of smoke at her, making her frown. But the more she hated it, the more he liked it. For a man who was almost 30 years old, this kind of mentality was more or less a childish prank, but he didn't get tired of it. I will communicate with them more often. But as far as I know, you are always working alone. You can't wait to finish all the work alone. Do you think that you can complete the work of a team alone? Do you know what team spirit is? Are you so unsociable? Lu Li's lips curled up. When he was humiliating her, there was always a hint of joy in the corner of his eyes. Your performance now is showing two extremes. The male customers praise you, but the female colleagues don't buy it. That's why I said last time, do you have a special ability to please men? Or do you not have the mood to work after leaving Fang Yiqing? Tao Yuan avoided his insults and responded calmly. I admit that I have neglected my duty. I will reflect on it and improve my work. The phone vibrated in his pocket. It was on silent mode, but the screen was flashing in the black cloth. Why don't you answer it? I will call back later. It's Fang Yiqing's phone, right? Are there some words of love that are not convenient to say in front of me? I thought that your skin was thick enough to flirt with other men in front of me. Do you still have any shame? The humiliating words came one after another. Answer it. I already know what kind of person you are. I don't care. When he reached into his pocket and took out the phone, a small pink box fell out. Tao Yuan's face suddenly turned red. She hurriedly reached out to pick it up, but Lu Li's reaction was faster than her. He snatched it first. His face suddenly became very ugly. The screen was still flashing with Fang Yiqing's name. How ironic, how dazzling. The peace was broken in an instant. Lu Li felt a surge of anger rushing to his head. Tao Yuan hung up the phone. For a moment, she was a little flustered and did not know what to say. What is this? His voice was cold and fierce. You have used it before. Don't you know? She tried hard to sound calm, but there was still a trace of uneasiness in her voice. Of course Lu Li knew. But what he asked was, why did she have this on her? This is mine. Please return it to me. Tao Yuan said shamelessly. You carry this with you at all times and be ready to do it with men anytime, anywhere? Lu Li's eyes were so gloomy that it could drip water. There was a big green written on his forehead. Generally speaking, this thing was bought by men. But there were also some women who would take safety measures. But most of them were put in their bags. Which woman would carry it with her at all times like this? What was she? Did she do it when she met a customer? If not, she would not need to carry it with her all the time. Such a casual woman. She was dead meat today. The whole office was filled with murderous intent. Tao Yuan's whole body was wrapped up in uneasiness. She was trembling and her throat was tight. I carry it with me, but it doesn't mean I have to do it. Are you kidding me? If not, then are you going to blow balloons? Lu Li was going to die of anger. She was the best when it came to lying through her teeth. It's not mine. I'm buying it for someone else. Who? Fang Yiqing? Oh, of course it's for men. Lu Li said sarcastically with sarcasm. Your sophistry is really stupid. It's not him. I'm buying it for my colleague. Lu Li almost jumped out of his seat. Other than him, you have other colleagues? How many do you need to seduce? Female colleagues. Tao Yuan was depressed. She should not have agreed to Lin Wei's request yesterday. She said that it was her and Xiao Zhang's first time, so they were embarrassed and did not know how to buy it, so they asked her to help them. But Tao Yuan was not an experienced person. She did not even know what it looked like. But at that time, her heart softened and she agreed to help. She did not expect to get herself into so much trouble. She was really unlucky. Female colleagues? Tao Yuan, are you king bisexual? You won't even let women off? Tao Yuan was dumbfounded. She was completely speechless at his imagination. I'm buying it for a female colleague. She and her boyfriend will use it. Ha, do you believe your own explanation? Who would want others to buy it for them? Do you really think I'm an idiot? I can't help it if you don't believe me. Who are you trying to bluff? You're carrying this with you so you're prepared to sleep with men anytime, anywhere? Lu Li asked sternly. The green light in his eyes was terrifying, as if he was going to kill someone. How many men have you slept with? An artist? President Zhou? Fang Yiqing? You're really capable. You won't even let go of the old, the young, and the young. Tao Yuan was speechless. She was speechless at his accusations. How could he be such a man with a head full of dirty thoughts? He looked like a decent person and his head seemed to be filled with wisdom. But now it seemed like his head was filled with sh*t, right? If it were any other woman, she would definitely be humiliated to tears. Unfortunately, she was used to being humiliated by him. It was no longer painful or itchy. She just felt that he was a little funny, and there was a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Sleep with a man? You think too highly of me. I'm really sorry. I like people, but they might not like me. I can't sleep with every man. So you admit that you're so cheap that you want to sleep with a man? That's not true. For example, you. I don't want to sleep with you. I can't compare to them? Why do you want to compare yourself to them? Do you want to sleep with me? It was rare for Lu Li to be speechless. It was all because he was angry at her. She was beating around the bush to avoid the topic. He would not fall for it. Tell me clearly. How many men have you slept with? In Tao Yuan's eyes, the angry him was a joke. I don't have a stamp collecting mentality. I don't know how to count. How many women have you slept with? Do you remember it clearly? I'm asking you now. Lu Li raised his voice. His face was already very scary. He hated her sharp mouth, especially now. This is a private matter. I'm not obliged to answer you. I'm your husband. Tao Yuan swayed. It was really strange for him to say these words. Didn't he try his best to cut ties with her? Now that he thought that she had cheated, he wanted to use his identity as her husband to control her? She wanted to listen to it as a joke, but her heart still felt like it had been slashed. It hurt, it hurt. The memory of that night came and tore her heart. She murmured with a trace of desolation. No husband will give his wife to another man. The first man who touched me was arranged by you. Have you forgotten? Since you sent me to his bed, you should have thought that there would be a second, third, and fourth man. Anyway, my body is already impure. What difference does it make how many times she actually mentioned that matter? A trace of regret flashed through Lu Li's heart. He had never explained it to her. But he really did not think that it was the only time he felt that he was cruel to her. It must have hurt when she tore open her scar, right? But this pity was only short-lived. It was soon covered by anger. He gritted his teeth. Chapter 443. He didn't feel guilty at all and was still blaming her. Tao Yuan felt her heart turn cold and looked at him coldly. Yes, I've done it with him. Didn't you already know that? I'm not a primary school student. I've been with him for 2 years. How could I not have done it? According to what you said, young men are full of that kind of thing. You deserve to die. We're all adults. It's normal. Since I've never asked you how many women you've done it with, why do you care about me? We don't need it. Why do you mind that I'm dirty? You've said that you don't care who I do it with as long as it doesn't affect the reputation of the Lu family. I'll remember that. How could she say it so confidently? Such a shameless woman should be chopped into pieces. Xiao, you've taught me a lesson. I can leave now. You can keep this box of condoms if you like it. Anyway, Miss Zhang said that she likes strawberry flavored. As soon as Tao Yuan got up, Lu Li roared and pounced on her, pressing her down on the sofa. She was caught off guard and the back of her head hit the sofa's armrest. The pain was so painful that she almost fainted. Since you want to do it so much, I'll satisfy you. Anyway, as long as it's a man, isn't it? You're crazy, she pushed him. Unfortunately, she was pinned under him. He had the upper hand and was very strong. She couldn't use any of the techniques she had learned to defend herself and capture him. He grabbed both of her wrists and pulled them above her head. Her body was also completely pinned down. You're so cheap. Why do you have to pretend to resist? Anyway, it's not the first time. Why do you have to pretend to be a virgin? So disgusting. Let go. Even a prostitute has the freedom to choose her customers. No matter how dirty I am, I'm not someone you can f*ck. What a joke. Those messy men can, but I can't as a husband? You're really addicted. Yes, I'm addicted. Anyone can, but you, Lu Li, can't. Because you're dirtier and more disgusting than me. I want to vomit when I see you. How could an arrogant man bear such an insult? Lu Li flew into a rage. You're just showing off with your mouth. I'll make you beg me later. Let's see how you can pretend to be noble and virtuous in front of me in the future. Let me go. Lu Li, you lunatic, go away. Tao Yuan twisted her body with all her might, using all her strength to struggle, kicking and hitting randomly. He pressed down, but the more she struggled, the thicker the scent on her body became. It was as if a vampire had smelled the scent of fresh blood and almost lost control, wanting to bite off her white, fragrant neck and suck her blood until she was completely drained. His clothes were torn apart, and his eyes became even more piercing red. Let me go. Lu Li, you have no right to treat me like this. Let me go. Tao Yuan's heart was boiling with anger and humiliation. She screamed and cursed with a sobbing tone. Let me go. Let me go. Shut up. Don't tell me to let go again. Lu Li's voice became hoarse because of his anger, making it even more terrifying. Let me see how great your kung fu is. After saying that, he bit her lips and nibbled with all his might. He was simply a beast. Tao Yuan almost cried from the bite, but all her curses were swallowed by him. She was frightened and screamed. Don't touch me. Let me go. Tears of humiliation flowed from her eyes. Was one insult not enough? Did he really want her to die? Bang bang bang, bang bang bang, seal. There was a knock on the door. Get lost, Lu Li roared angrily. Just when he was distracted, Tao Yuan used all her strength to pull out her hand and slapped Lu Li's face. Pa! The loud slap stunned the enraged man. His face was slapped to the side. His face was red from anger, and now there were 5 scarlet handprints on it, making it look as red as fire. Could Lu Li say that he had slapped her so hard that she was stunned? He was an arrogant man who had lived like a prince since he was young. He had always been the one making things difficult for others, and he had never suffered any grievances. This was the first time he was slapped by a woman. It was simply humiliating. Lu Li's first reaction was to slap back. Out of instinct, he did so, but after raising his hand, he didn't slap her. He stopped by her cheek. She stared at him with tears in her eyes as if she wanted to die with him. Her tearful face was extremely stubborn. She hated him and she wanted him to die. In the midst of that sharp hatred, Lu Li actually couldn't bear to slap her. And the strange thing was, not only could he not slap her, he actually felt a trace of heartache for her. How much humiliation did a woman have to suffer to hate to this extent, and yet be tempered to be so stubborn? At that time he was so angry that his whole hand was trembling, but in the end he still held it in. His fingers clenched and he forcefully retracted his hand. He got up, grabbed the condom and smashed it on her face, accompanied by a roar. Scram! Tao Yuan escaped from the office, looking extremely embarrassed. Dozens of eyes in the big office looked at her, discussing and laughing at her. She lowered her head and quickly walked away. Fang Yiqing was waiting for her at the customer service department. Yuan Yuan is back, Yuan Yuan, Yuan Yuan. Sensing that something was wrong with her, he chased after her and pulled her back. Her eyes were red and she looked like she had suffered a lot. Fang Yiqing didn't need to ask to know what had happened, and his anger immediately drilled into the top of his head. Oh, Luli? Don't worry about it, get out of the way. It's him, right? That bastard actually dared to offend you. Fang Yiqing cursed, clenched his fist, and was about to fight Luli with all his might. Tao Yuan quickly pulled him back. Stop fooling around. He bullied you and I want to take revenge for you. Do you really think that there's no man in your family who dares to treat you like this? Stop fooling around. Let go of me, I can't just let it go like this. The two of them were pulling each other, and the passers-by couldn't help but take a few more glances. Tao Yuan was very anxious. If you dare to go, I'll never talk to you again. That one sentence stopped Fang Yiqing in his tracks, and his eyes widened in disbelief. You're threatening me because of him? I just don't want to embarrass myself even more. He didn't succeed. You didn't succeed this time, but what about next time? Are you going to endure it forever? Tao Yuan closed her eyes and lowered her voice. I'm not in the mood to think about those things now, can't you let me calm down? According to Fang Yiqing's temper, he wanted to fight to the death with Luli right now, but he was more concerned about Tao Yuan, and he was more concerned about her feelings. He sighed. Alright, I'm not going, don't be angry. He took off his jacket and gave it to her, but she pushed it away. I have clothes inside, you can go back. Also, don't come to me if there's nothing important in case other colleagues misunderstand. After saying that, she turned around and left, and Fang Yiqing didn't even have a chance to speak. This afternoon Tao Yuan was very annoyed. Her mind kept recalling the scene of Lu Li's ferocious face, and it brought back the horrible memories from 3 years ago. Compared to other men, it was harder for her to accept how Lu Li treated her. He had always treated her as a disgusting snake, and when they accidentally touched each other, he would wipe his hands. But this time he seemed to have changed into a different person and kept pestering her. In fact, it was very easy to understand. He was a domineering man, and he wouldn't allow any woman to disobey him, let alone a woman who used to be so humble in front of him. Even if he didn't care, he wouldn't allow other men to touch her. He just wanted to torture her, and he wanted to be as cruel as possible. It had only been a few days, and in the future, she didn't even dare to think about it. Although it was said that one should never worry about things that had not happened, but Luli was a bomb that could explode at any time. How could she not worry? If he continued to be like this, she might as well divorce him. Once this thought was implanted in her mind, it became stronger and stronger. A few subordinates were gossiping. Really? When she came out, her collar was torn? Yes, the other departments are talking about it vividly. I heard that her lips were bitten. Isn't it the same as the last time? I told you that the CEO kissed her forcefully. A big roll of eyes. Disque, what forceful kiss. She must have taken the initiative to seduce the CEO, and then put on an act. I really don't understand the relationship between the two of them. Last time, the CEO demoted her to a customer service position because of Zhang Mingmei, and she still has so many debts outside. It's obvious that he despises her. Why did he kiss her again? Who knows? Maybe she is good at kung fu. Haven't you heard? The more arrogant a woman is on the surface, the more slutty she is in bed. After staying alone for 3 years, she definitely can't bear the loneliness. Now that the CEO is back, she will try her best to seduce him. Not only the CEO but also Manager Fang. She has a big appetite. I don't know if Manager Fang has been drugged by her, but he is so obedient to her. That's right. It's a pity. He is so rich and handsome, but he actually likes a second-hand good. These comments were all heard by Tao Yuan. When the colleagues suddenly saw her standing behind them, they did not feel embarrassed at all. They even looked at each other proudly and left. Since she was in a bad mood, Tao Yuan did not work overtime. She went down to the underground parking lot. Just when she was about to get her car, A Porsche stopped in front of her, and Fang Yicheng drove out from inside. Looking at him, Tao Yuan stared blankly and quietly. At this moment she felt as if there were thousands of things she wanted to say, but she couldn't say them. This feeling was simply too difficult to describe. At this moment she really couldn't find the words to describe it. Alright, she also had a moment when she was at a loss for words, even though this phrase was very vulgar and had long been used too many times. Looking at Fang Yicheng, she could not help but think of Lu Li as well as their past, the bits and pieces of the two of them, the happy, the unhappy, and everything else. The night was waning. Tao Yuan looked out of the window and did not speak. Fang Yicheng also accompanied her in silence, and from time to time carefully observed her expression. In the afternoon he was so angry that he smashed everything in the office. Now he still had a stomach full of anger and wanted to kill someone. But in front of Tao Yuan, he still had to endure it and let her emotions take precedence. He smiled cheekily. "How is my new car?" "It's okay." Chapter 444. Tao Yuan wasn't in the mood to think about that. "It's good. There's no need to waste money." "Don't waste it if you like it. By the way, you're not going back to the Liu family, right?" "Yes, back to the apartment." "That's good. That place is hell on earth. Don't go back. Or just get a divorce so that that bastard won't take advantage of you again. How can he force himself on a woman? Is he still a man? He's a disgrace to men. Let's not talk about him, okay? I don't want to talk about this." "Okay, let's talk about something happy. What do you want to eat?" "I ate too many spicy sticks 2 days ago. Now my mouth is blistering and it hurts. Let's eat something light." He winked and complained about the pain. Tao Yuan couldn't help laughing. "Who asked you to eat so much?" "An assistant bought spicy sticks and distributed them in the office. I said they were delicious, and then someone put more than 10 packets of spicy sticks on my desk every day." "Serves you right. Female colleagues. There are male colleagues too. There are rumors in the department that a few gay men like me. It disgusts me." Fang Yicheng shuddered. "I don't look gay. What the hell?" Tao Yuan was amused. She smiled and her mood brightened up. Sometimes she felt that Fang Yicheng was a funny guy and especially cute. He was a little arrogant, but even to his subordinates he was not the type that was difficult to get close to. He was a rich but down-to-earth Prince Charming, so many girls liked him. In contrast, Lu Li was cold and aloof, looking down on everyone. He could be seen from afar but not played with. So even if she had a crush on him, she had to have a strong heart. Back then she was really young and ignorant. That was why she was attracted to him. She knew that he was out of reach, but she still foolishly loved him for so many years. Now that she was mature, if she had to choose, she would definitely choose someone like Fang Yicheng. Unfortunately, they were good friends now and she was married. All kinds of possibilities were impossible. "You're smiling." Fang Yicheng heaved a sigh of relief and smiled too. His teeth were neat and white. "Who told you to be so funny?" "I'm not teasing. I'm being humorous. I was in a bad mood during the day, so my tone was a bit harsh. Don't take it to heart. However, the people in the guest service department are not as easy to get along with as the colleagues in the commerce department. There are a lot of rumors going around, so it's better if you don't come here often. Call me if you need anything." Their mouths are on their faces. They can say whatever they want. Why do we have to look at their faces? 7 ants and 8 ants, so annoying. That can't be helped. Gossip is a fearful thing. I don't know who to fear. I only know that as long as I'm happy, it's fine. Tao Yuan shook her head. Willful. The traffic light turned red and the traffic stopped. Fang Yicheng noticed that the back of the driver's seat looked familiar. He looked at the license plate number, X9999. It really was him. Without thinking, he crashed into the car. Tao Yuan's body bounced. "Why did you rear-end him after he stopped the car?" "I'll go down and take a look." Fang Yicheng narrowed his eyes and got out of the car. The owner of the car in front also got out. It was Lu Li. Tao Yuan was stunned. Fang Yicheng had deliberately crashed into the car. This was troublesome. "Oh, isn't this the CEO? I accidentally crashed into your car. I'm really sorry." Fang Yicheng's words were sarcastic, making him seem like he was asking for a beating. It was obvious that he was trying to stir up trouble. "But you have so many cars. It won't matter if you lose one. You're just one person. Why do you need to occupy so many cars? There's an old saying, occupy the manger but don't shit, right?" Lu Li looked at Tao Yuan, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. She was biting her lips, and her eyes were flickering with uneasiness. But in the deepest part of her eyes, there was a trace of resentment. The corner of his mouth curled up coldly. I do have a lot of cars, but it's not something that others can crash into. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Fang Yicheng took a step forward. I just crashed into it. What's wrong? The green light turned green. The cars behind honked to no avail and could only take a detour, causing a traffic jam. The traffic police also came over. Seeing this, Tao Yuan quickly got out of the car. Yicheng, let's go. Yicheng? What an intimate way to call her. Lu Li said sourly. The relationship between colleagues in the hotel was all an act. Of course. Fang Yicheng raised his chest proudly. If she doesn't have a good relationship with me, would she have a good relationship with you? You actually violated a woman. You're a scum and you've lost the face of us men. Lu Li squinted his eyes and scolded her. You can't wait to complain to your adulterer for comfort? So what? I'm her adulterer. If you dare to bully her, I won't let you off. Let me tell you, Lu Li, we're not in the hotel now. I'm not afraid of you. Oh, I'm not afraid in the hotel either. It's Yuan who stopped me from getting even with you. Otherwise, you'd have been beaten to death by me today. Lu Li seemed to be listening to a joke. His eyes were mocking him for overestimating himself. What can a gigolo like you do? I'll be beaten to death by you? Do you know what you're saying? Fang Yicheng hated to hear people calling him a gigolo. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. Who are you calling a gigolo? I'm a gigolo. Which normal man looks like you? Those who don't know would think you're a transsexual. You're calling me a transsexual? Fang Yicheng pointed at his own nose. He was very angry. How do I look like a transsexual? I'm a real man. 24K. You're a real man? Do you think all the men in B City are dead? You're courting death. Fang Yicheng raised his fist and rushed forward. Just as Fang Yicheng was about to make a move, Tao Yuan grabbed his arm. Lu Li's female companion also ran over to stop the fight. It was a cold day. She was wearing a pink miniskirt. She was young and flirtatious. Her long legs were bare. The traffic police swallowed their saliva when they saw her. A thought flashed through Tao Yuan's mind. Since when did Lu Li change his taste and like a vixen? Hey, another one. Lu Li, is your dick growing on your head? Will you die if you don't have sex for a day? Yuan, you still don't want me to beat him to death? Stop messing around. He has nothing to do with me. Let's go. Unexpectedly, Lu Li replied angrily. What do you mean we have nothing to do with each other? You're my wife. The aloof man couldn't help but curse. You still know who she is? When you hug different women every day, why don't you think about the fact that you have a wife? Do you think of her as your wife? It's none of your business. Even if I don't want her, I won't take her. What kind of man follows a woman around every day? Coward. I'm a coward? Fang Yicheng pushed Tao Yuan away and rushed forward. The two men of high status fought to the death on the street. In the end, they were both taken to the police station. The two of them made a scene in the police station. They almost broke the ceiling. It took 7 to 8 policemen to stop one of them. Tao Yuan was speechless and embarrassed. After more than an hour, the chief of the police station personally sent them out. They were all people of high status. He could only bow and smile, not daring to offend any of them. Young Master Lu, young Master Fang, it's inevitable for young people to be a little impulsive. It's all a misunderstanding. Since it's been settled privately, let's just let it go. Peace is precious. We're all friends. Fang Yicheng's face was swollen like a panda, but he was still very arrogant and spat on the ground. Who's friends with him? Lu Li's face was also injured, but his condition was much better. He looked at him with disdain and snorted coldly. The chief was embarrassed. Both of you are people of high status. Why do you have to make a scene like this? I still have things to do in the station. I'll go back first. The chief left, leaving the four of them staring at each other. You dare to fight with C on the street. You're really a piece of work. I'm a piece of work? You're not a piece of work even if all the people in the world were added together. You even put on the airs of a superior in a fight. Do you really think I care about that broken hotel of yours? As long as I say the word, I can open 100 Wilton hotels. What are you so arrogant about? If it wasn't for Yuan, I wouldn't work for you. Lu Li snorted disdainfully. Is that your money? At best, you're just a rich second generation. People look down on you. Is it wrong for my family to be rich? It's like you're not using your family's money. You're nothing if you leave the Lu family. The two of them spoke one after another, and Tao Yuan couldn't get a word in edgewise. But Fang Yicheng's last sentence was really wrong. Lu Li was not just a rich second generation who relied on his family. He had already left Lu Enterprises when he was in college and founded a multinational company on his own. He was known as the most intelligent man on Wall Street. She didn't know the specific wealth, but it had already surpassed the strength of Lu Enterprises. He came back to take over the company only because of the pressure from his family. Although the two of them were only 1 year apart, Lu Li's strength and mind were far better than Fang Yicheng's, and his mental age was much more mature than Fang Yicheng's. In contrast, Fang Yicheng was just a childish child. If the two of them had a conflict, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Yicheng, stop quarreling. Let's go. Listening to them quarrel for 2 hours, Tao Yuan's temples were now hurting. She just wanted to get away from them as soon as possible. They were already in their 50s, but they were still fighting in the street. Didn't they feel ashamed? Forget about Fang Yicheng, Lu Li also cooperated with them to the end. Where was his coldness and intelligence? Tao Yuan dragged Fang Yicheng to leave, but Lu Li grabbed her hand. What's your relationship with him? Why are you so protective of him? Fang Yicheng jumped up. Let go of my hand. This is my wife. I can touch her if I want. What's your business? You didn't treat her as your wife before, so you have no right to say that now. Who do you think you are? How dare you yell in front of me? Are you addicted to playing with broken shoes? The word broken shoes was undoubtedly a slap on Tao Yuan's face. It didn't matter if others said that to her, but Lu Li was the last person in the world who was qualified to dislike her. How dare you say that to her? Fang Yicheng gritted his teeth and couldn't say it. I'll fight with you. Stop. Tao Yuan suddenly shouted. She looked at Lu Li with a cold smile. The determination in her eyes made Lu Li tremble. He suddenly had a bad feeling. You asked me what's my relationship with him? It's this kind of relationship. After that, she tiptoed, put her arms around Fang Yicheng's neck and kissed him. Chapter 445. Since he could hurt her unscrupulously, why couldn't she? No one was born to be humiliated by another person, and she had already been humiliated by him. She had had enough. Even if this kind of resistance was insignificant, at least she had to declare war on him, to let him know that she was not a dead person, that she could not endure anything, and that she could not be bullied by him. Fang Yicheng was stunned by the kiss. His ears were buzzing and he felt like he was dreaming. The kissing skills that he was so proud of were all thrown beyond the clouds at this moment. He was like a girl whose first kiss was taken away and he did not know how to react. It was especially embarrassing. Lu Li's face was so dark that it was about to collapse, and his heart was fiercely hit. He had never thought that Tao Yuan, who regarded him as the center of the world, would one day kiss another man in front of him. Suddenly he felt as if he was being retaliated against. His anger soared to the top and he flew into a rage that he had never felt before. Before he rushed up to pull her away, she had already let go of Fang Yicheng. Her lips were very red, and her eyes were shining with a strong light, arrogant and heartless. Did you see it clearly? Tao Yuan. He gritted his teeth and called out her name, wishing that he could tear her into pieces, but even that was not enough. Why are you so surprised? Didn't you already know that I cheated? You left for 3 years and we didn't interfere with each other. Now that you're back, you have different women by your side. And I also have a city. We can continue to maintain this marriage that seems to be united, but is actually divided. Anyway, aren't all rich and powerful like this? We're just husband and wife in name and we can do our own things in private. Of course, if you feel embarrassed and want a divorce, I can sign it at any time. But please don't pester me like a madman, that's very annoying. After saying that, the queen pulled the man who was stunned by her kiss and left with her head held high. Lu Li clenched his fingers tightly, and his nails were deeply embedded into his flesh. He had never hated her so much before. Tao Yuan was driving and the man in the front passenger seat had a shy look on his face, and there was a faint pink color on his injured face. Yuan, you just kissed me. I'm not dreaming, right? Fang Yicheng cupped his face, looking very happy. Tao Yuan couldn't hear him. Her mind was filled with Lu Li's angry face. The consequences of offending him were severe, but she felt very happy now. If the tiger didn't show its might, did he think she was Hello Kitty? Of course, she would not foolishly think that his anger was because of jealousy or something. It was just a man's possessiveness. Even if it was a broken shoe that he didn't want, he wouldn't allow other men to mess around with her. How ridiculous. Did he have pride but she didn't? Yuan, my mom said that men and women shouldn't touch each other. If they kiss, they have to get married. She shuddered and rolled her eyes. Can you count how many women you've kissed? Do you think you can marry all of them? How many years ago was that? Young and naive, they don't know what love is. I haven't touched another girl since I got together with you. Fang Yiqing emphasized how much he kept his chastity. You and I are not together. Then when you kissed me just now, Tao Yuan bit her lip and said, I'm sorry. Her tone was low. Fang Yiqing was a little sad. Of course, he knew that she kissed him just to take revenge on Lu Li. He supported her counterattack, but at the same time, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. If only he was really her man and not a tool to take revenge on Lu Li. He would definitely take good care of her, heal all her wounds and hold her in his heart. The corner of his mouth twitched. Why are you saying sorry? I'm the one who took advantage of you? He laughed to cover up his disappointment. Your kissing skills are really not that good. Let me teach you. After saying that, he leaned forward, but Tao Yuan pushed him away. Stop it, I'm driving. You shouldn't have hit him today. I want to take revenge for you. No need. People like him shouldn't be bothered. Look, he even made a scene at the police station. How embarrassing. She took out a mirror from her bag and gave it to him. Fang Yiqing looked at the panda with a swollen face and was shocked. Is this me? Damn, that bastard is really ruthless. Every move was aimed at my face. Doesn't he know that I rely on my face to make a living? Ah, you're really bold. Don't you know that he is an expert in Muay Thai and has a black belt in Taekwondo? It's good enough that you didn't get beaten to death by him. Are you looking down on me? I've trained in Muay Thai. Anyway, I can't beat him. Fang Yiqing was unhappy. How can I not beat him? I just didn't use my full strength, okay? Tao Yuan thought that the one who didn't use his full strength was Lu Li. Although he was enraged at that time, he was still rational. Otherwise, Fang Yiqing would have been lying in the hospital. But then again, to be able to make Lu Li fight was already an incredible thing. According to him, fighting was something that only a barbarian would do. He could scold someone to death with his mouth. He would not easily fight because if he did, it would cost someone's life. He actually fought for her. He had never fought for that person before. What was he thinking? This was not something to be happy about. You have to promise me that you won't fight with him anymore. I can't say that. I will beat him up every time I see him. If you fight again, I won't talk to you anymore. Fang Yiqing frowned. Then what if he hits me first? Impossible. He won't make the first move. You just have to promise that you won't make the first move. Sigh, okay. I promise you. Lu Li held the steering wheel tightly with one hand and stared at the road in front. His face was like a raging storm. It was very scary. Beside him, the beautiful model Li Sha was holding on tightly to the seatbelt. Her face was pale. Dear, can you drive slower? I'm scared. She trembled and swallowed her saliva. Driving so fast could kill someone. Moreover, he didn't even fasten his seatbelt. Lu Li drove even faster. Li Sha screamed in fear. Shut up. Her tears were welling up in her eyes. After racing to vent his anger, Lu Li stopped the car and lowered the window. He lit a cigarette and puffed out the smoke. His brows were tightly knitted and his eyes were squinted because of the smoke. In the past, smoking had the effect of calming the mind. But now, the more he smoked, the more irritated he was. His mouth was full of bitterness and he wanted to vomit. Dear, what's wrong? Li Sha asked sweetly. Are you still angry about your wife? She's really shameless. She actually kissed your man goodbye in front of you. Loli. But you don't like her anyway. Why get angry over a woman like that? Isn't she here to accompany you? How about this? I'll help you get revenge, okay? I know a lot of reporters. I can expose her scandal and ruin her reputation. She was being self-righteous and attentive. Shut up. Lu Li glared at her fiercely. She was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. I'm warning you. If a word of what happened today gets out, I'll remove you from the modeling industry forever. Li Sha swallowed her saliva in fear. I know. Lu Li took a drag of the cigarette and silently called Tao Yuan's name. She dared to use this method to declare war on him. She was really bold. He would make her pay for what she did today. The next day at work, Tao Yuan specially bought a copy of the newspaper. Fortunately, there was no news about the fight. Generally, reporters would not dare to write about this kind of scandal. This was the majesty of power. While she was at work, she was called to the CEO's office. Yesterday, she kissed Fang Yiqing on impulse. Now that she had calmed down, Tao Yuan was a little regretful. But since it had come to this, she could only face it calmly. When she pushed the door open, she took a light breath. CO. Luli was sitting on the sofa looking at something on his phone. When he turned around, there were a few scratches on his face. But it did not affect his handsomeness. Instead, it made him look different. A face of nobility. She would never get tired of looking at it. Tao Yuan laughed at herself. How could she still be in the mood to admire his face at a time like this? She walked up to him and asked in a very normal tone. What's the matter? What was the matter? Listening to her question, it seemed like she was not the one who kissed Fang Yicheng in front of him last night. She was really thick-skinned. Since she wanted to put on an act, he would accompany her to the end. Come and sit. Okay. Luli put down his long legs. Just as he moved closer to Tao Yuan, she shrank to the side and felt a little awkward. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I will force a kiss on you? Don't worry, I won't touch you. I think it's dirty. Tao Yuan was speechless. Why didn't he think it was dirty when he almost forced himself on her in the office? To be honest, she had expected him to fly into a rage, pinch her, and even slap her. But he was so calm, which made her feel more dangerous. There was only one sentence in her mind, the calm before the storm. I just want you to watch this. She took the phone. It was a video about the fight last night. It was probably posted on Weibo by the netizens. It was the #1 trending topic. Tao Yuan blanched and quickly scrolled through the comments. Because she was dressed more like a passerby and Li Sha was more eye-catching than her, the netizens ignored her. They said that Lu Li and Fang Yicheng fought over Li Sha. Rich young masters fighting over a model? Ha! This is the first time I'm in the news because of a fight. Lu Li smoked and said slowly. His long arm was still on the sofa. He did not look like he was going to condemn her. He just looked at her calmly. What do you think? Well, actually, you have been getting a lot of attention recently because of the gossip, so it doesn't matter. The netizens are just watching the show. It will be over in a few days. He raised his eyebrows. Are you mocking me? No, I'm just telling the truth. Haha, you are good at making sarcastic remarks now. Don't forget who this fight is for. Tao Yuan smiled. It's not for anyone. It's normal for men to fight on impulse. It's just a small matter. How dare she push the blame away? Luli was a little annoyed. Your adulterer hit me with his car and wanted to kill me. Is this a small matter to you? Could it be that she couldn't wait for Fang Yicheng to kill him? I've only heard of a husband hitting his adulterer, and an adulterer hitting her husband. This is the first time. Tao Yuan, even if you want to have an affair, you have bad taste. You chose such an idiot. Chapter 446. You're still speaking up for him? Luli was a little annoyed and his voice rose a few octaves. He just couldn't calm down in front of her. This damned woman always had a way to provoke him. Tao Yuan didn't say anything. Fang Yicheng was in the wrong, but it was Luli who had gone too far. Of course, she was on Fang Yicheng's side and would naturally defend him. Now that such news has come out, how do you think we should deal with it? I don't think there's a need to deal with it. You didn't deal with the gossip before, did you? If you don't pay attention to it, you will forget about it after 2 days. That's easy for you to say. So this matter has nothing to do with you? Are you just watching the show? If the female lead of this matter was not Li Sha but you, would you still be so calm? If people knew that you, the despised Mrs. Liu, had an affair with another man long ago, they would probably be shocked. Now that both parties have an affair, shouldn't it be fair to expose it, lest they say that I have wronged you? A trace of fear flashed through Tao Yuan's eyes. Since Lu Li could say it, he would definitely do it. To ruin her reputation, to let her be reviled by others and to bring shame to the entire Tao family was undoubtedly the best revenge for him. She was afraid in her heart, but she pretended to be calm on the surface. To everyone, I, Mrs. Liu, am transparent. Those women of yours don't care about my existence at all. Since I don't affect your private life, why do you have to drag me down? Exposing me will do no good to anyone, including the Liu family. Lu Li smiled coldly. Are you afraid? When you kissed Fang Yicheng in front of me, didn't you consider the consequences? You know very well what kind of person I am. If you dare to hurt me, I will take revenge 1,000 times over. Tao Yuan, it's only a matter of a word from me to ruin your reputation. Do you understand? Lu Li put out the cigarette in the ashtray and laughed instead of getting angry. However, this kind of game is even more interesting. I have 100 ways to make someone die, but the happiest way is to make them wish they were dead. Suddenly, he grabbed the back of her neck and pulled her in front of him. His eyes stared at her with a sinister smile. It was cold, terrifying, and as sharp as a knife. Her body was trembling. Are you scared now? It's useless to be afraid. I originally thought that torturing a woman might be a bit harsh, but you, Tao Yuan, are not an ordinary woman. You have declared war on me, so you'd better prepare for war. Because before I torture you to the point where you wish you were dead, I will absolutely not stop. After receiving a call from Lu Yenting before work, Tao Yuan returned to the Lu family. As soon as she reached the entrance, she heard Lu Yenting scolding someone. Don't talk? What do you mean by not talking? I asked you to give me an explanation. Are you deaf? Lu Yenting was so angry that his liver was about to explode, but Lu Li still acted as though it did not matter and ignored him. I'm talking to you. The person who was being scolded spread out his hands. I have nothing to say. It's not easy for our son to come back. Do you have to shout like this? If you keep shouting like this, our son will be even more unwilling to come home in the future. Su Baihe said. If he doesn't want to come back, then he won't come back. Anyway, he will come back to anger me to death. A loving mother produces a useless son. It's all because of you. Su Baihe widened her eyes. What do you mean I'm spoiling him? Isn't he your son? What's wrong with me doting on my own son? You, on the other hand, are siding with an outsider. He glared at Tao Yuan with a vicious gaze. In the 3 months that you've been back, you've been either an actress or a model. They're all messed up women. You think you're cool, but in the eyes of others you're just a joke. I've warned you so many times, but you've turned a deaf ear to my words. Lu Li put one hand on the rim of the teacup and smiled faintly. Since you know it's useless, why waste your breath? I can live my life however I want. Whether it's good or bad, it has nothing to do with you. I'm the one who gave you your life. Oh, do you want to go back? Lu Yenting realized that talking to him was really infuriating. In the beginning, the relationship between the father and son was very good, but everything changed after he forced him to marry Tao Yuan. He knew that he had wronged him, so he had been tolerating it. He didn't expect him to go overboard, especially the crime that he committed 3 years ago. It was simply outrageous. Forget about what happened before, but now you're fighting on the street because of a small celebrity. What's the difference between you and those second-generation rich kids who only know how to cause trouble all day long? Lu Qingwan sat at the side and did not say anything until Tao Yuan came. Dad, you're wrong about this. How could Big Brother be jealous because of a small model? There's something else going on. What do you mean? Didn't you see that there's another person in this video? You mean Yuan Yuan? What does this have to do with Yuan Yuan? Lu Yenting naturally thought that she was just trying to stop the fight. Tao Yuan was well aware that she was going to be set up by Lu Qingwan again. This sister-in-law of hers hated her to the core. She would never let go of any opportunity to hit her when she was down. Lu Qingwan looked at Tao Yuan and said sarcastically, "You'll have to ask her. But she's so cunning that she's going to deny it again. Let me say it. Look at the video. She's always on Fang Yicheng's side. It's obvious that she's protecting him and not trying to stop the fight. Dad, you don't know how close she is to Fang Yicheng. Everyone in the hotel is saying that she and Fang Yicheng are making a cuckold of Big Brother. A bunch of nonsense." Lu Yenting slammed his fist on the table. Yuan Yuan is not that kind of person. Ha, I knew you wouldn't believe me. Lu Qingwan came prepared. She took out a few photos. She's not that kind of person. How could she do such a thing? In the photos, Tao Yuan and Fang Yicheng behaved intimately. He touched her face and she smiled happily. Coupled with the deliberate angle, it really looked like they were flirting. Lu Li glanced at Tao Yuan as if he was watching a good show. That smile was very prickly. Lu Yenting's face darkened. Yuan Yuan, what's going on? Fang Yicheng and I used to be in the same department. Young Master Fang actually gave up such a big family business and became a small manager in our hotel. Tao Yuan, you're really charming. Don't tell me that he didn't do it for you and just wanted to experience life. Young Master Fang is spoiled by his 3 sisters. He's famous for being spoiled. How could he suffer like that? Tao Yuan had seen many gossipy women, but Lu Qingwan was definitely one of the best. It was hard to imagine that a wealthy family would cultivate such a mean and vile woman. Not only did she have a cheap mouth, but she was also cruel and merciless. She and Su Baihe were simply 2 vicious female demons. Lu Yenting was biased towards Tao Yuan, but it was also hard to understand. What's the relationship between you and Fang Yicheng? He's a good friend of mine. Lu Li almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Wasn't she afraid that her tongue would rot by lying through her teeth? Tao Yuan rolled her eyes at him. Which friend would be so intimate? No wonder people say that they're a cheating couple. No matter what, you're the nominal Mrs. Lu of the Lu family. Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Are you afraid that people don't know that you're a slut? You're still the daughter of the Tao family. How can you be so casual? All right, your mother was also a mistress. This thing is hereditary, right? Tao Yuan retorted. What does it have to do with my normal relationship with my friend? You can say that I'm casual. Wait until you find evidence of us having an affair. Before that, you'd better shut your mouth. I won't be polite to you if you insult my mother. Lu Qingwan jumped up. You cheated and you still have the cheek to challenge me? This is the Lu family, my home. Who do you think you are, Tao Yuan? You've made my big brother a cuckold and you're not allowed to talk about it, are you? I've known for a long time that you're a slut who goes around seducing other men. Enough. Stop quarreling. Lu Yinting scolded. Yuan, Dad believes you, but the Lu family is after all a prestigious family. Their every move will be watched. If you're not careful, the reporters will write about you. When you're with the opposite sex, you'd better be more careful. Otherwise you'll be criticized. Tao Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Maybe this was an opportunity. Dad, I'm responsible for this. If I've brought shame to the Lu family, then I want to leave. This matter ends here. Lu Li stood up and gave Tao Yuan a warning look, cutting her off. He did it on purpose. The two of them went upstairs and returned to their room. Tao Yuan couldn't stay in the same room with him, so she went to take a shower. She even purposely put on a long-sleeved pajamas and wrapped herself up tightly. When she came out of the shower, Lu Li was still sitting on the sofa smoking. He looked very annoyed, which made her feel annoyed. Why aren't you leaving? Are you chasing me away? Didn't you say you don't want to stay here? This is my home. I can stay and leave if I want. What can you do about it? He replied rudely, his tone a little fierce, and he complained with disdain. What the hell are you wearing? You're wrapped up like a dumpling. Are you trying to spoil my appetite? I wear what I like, not to please you. Tao Yuan thought that he must have eaten too much carrots and worried too much. He had to care about everything. Anyway, he didn't like her in any way. She usually wore silk pajamas, which were very comfortable. But she was afraid that he would be lustful, so she found the bare pajamas she wore in university to protect herself. Don't you like to pretend to be gentle and noble? What's the matter? You can't pretend anymore and want to go against me? No matter what kind of face I have, what kind of tone I use, it's all pretentious and disgusting to you. So what's the difference? Lu Li snorted heavily through his nose. You have a good sense of self-awareness. She finished applying the lotion and saw that he had no intention of leaving, so she said, You sleep in the bedroom tonight and I'll sleep in the guest room. You can't wait for the whole family to know that our relationship is broken? Tao Yuan's lips curled upwards. As if they wouldn't know if we don't sleep in separate rooms. We've been married for 4 years and separated for 4 years. You've never spent the night here. It's normal for us to sleep in separate rooms, isn't it? Chapter 447. That quilt was their wedding quilt, which Tao Yuan had spent 3 days carefully choosing. He just threw it on the ground as if he didn't care about her and trampled on her at will. Her emotions suddenly rose. What can't we talk about? Do you have to be so barbaric? Lu Li, you are a man no matter what. How can you be so rough with a woman? Where is your gentlemanly upbringing? Gentlemanly upbringing? He smiled coldly. Of course I have that, but is a fickle woman worthy of it? Being a gentleman to you is an insult to the word gentleman. You wanted to talk about divorce just now, didn't you? Tao Yuan did not say anything. She knew that it was not her imagination. He deliberately interrupted her to stop her from saying that. It was thoughtless to talk about divorce in front of Lu Yinting. Now that she thought about it, she should not be too impulsive. It was better to find a suitable opportunity to talk about it, lest Su Baiha and her mother add fuel to the fire. But Lu Li's attitude made her very disgusted, so she said it in a fit of anger. Yes, I wanted to talk about divorce. In front of my father? You saw how he protected you all these years and now you want to divorce me? You are really ruthless. Whether to say it or not, how to say it is between me and Dad. You don't have to worry about it. But now you want to divorce me and you want to say that it has nothing to do with me? What's the matter? You've grown up and you're talking about divorce now? I am very tired now and I don't want to talk about it. Lu Li was a man with a bad temper, and Tao Yuan did not want to offend him if possible. Especially now that they were trapped in the room, it was very dangerous. She had suffered like this several times and now she just wanted to get out of it. But as soon as she took a step forward, he grabbed her wrist and locked it against the wardrobe. Bang! His domineering aura was mixed with a strong murderous aura. Tao Yuan's scalp tightened and she struggled. Let go, why do you keep grabbing me like this? Can't you speak properly? How can I speak properly when you run away when I speak? Tao Yuan, tell me clearly, do you want a divorce? So what if I am? Wasn't that normal? It would have been fine if you had stayed abroad, and we wouldn't have interfered with each other. But now that you're back, you see me as an eyesore, so why do you hate each other? I think you're an eyesore? Do you think I'm an eyesore? He held her wrists tightly against the wardrobe and his body was as tight as a wall. She was like a little white rabbit, deep in his chest, and all her struggles were futile. Tao Yuan had practiced grappling before. She was not afraid of ordinary men, but in front of Lu Li, her mind was blank, and her body was powerless, unable to exert any strength. The difference between the two of them wasn't just in terms of physical strength. She didn't want to admit that she was psychologically weaker than him. She was afraid of him and didn't have any imposing manner. Just like now, she was pinned to the wall like a mosquito, her back pressed against the wardrobe, her whole body cold and shivering, a layer of goosebumps on her skin, and she was definitely red. Can you not be like this? No. Tell me clearly, why do you want to divorce me? Is it because of Fang Yicheng? He gritted his teeth and his gaze was ferocious. I've already explained everything that needs to be explained. Even if you ask me once, twice, or 1,000 times, it will still be the same. So, you admit that he's your adulterer? Don't make it sound so bad. Our marriage exists in name only. I don't care how many women you have outside, but why do you care about my relationship with Fang Yicheng? What adulterer? I've never felt that I'm someone with a husband. You can't feel it? Lu Li was enraged by these words. His entire face tensed up and his gaze could kill. Do you think I'm dead? You're not dead, but in my heart, you're already dead. Tao Yuan's voice had a tinge of desolation. The more dangerous he was, the angrier she got, but she calmed down and met his malicious eyes. Since the night your family joined hands to give me to another man, you're already dead in my heart. After that, you went to America and disappeared without saying a word. I'm alone every day and I'm already used to it. At first I thought that this was good. Maybe we would never meet again in this life, but you suddenly came back and broke my peaceful life. You've been pestering me and causing me a lot of trouble. Since we hate each other, it's best to divorce. Anyway, you've wanted to divorce for a long time, haven't you? I know you're a very arrogant man and you can mention divorce, but I can't. But Lu Li isn't the only one in the world who has self-esteem. I have it too. I've had enough of this kind of life. You can tell the public that you dumped me. No matter what, I want a divorce. Tao Yuan's firm tone suddenly made Lu Li feel suffocated. Not only was he angry, but he also felt very, very disappointed. It was difficult for him to accept being abandoned by a woman. She was in a hurry to escape from him as if he was a disgusting snake. She had always been the one pestering him. No matter how he tortured her, she was still willing to endure it. He used to think that even if all the women in the world were hypocritical, she, Tao Yuan, was definitely not. This stupid woman would love him until she died, but she had a change of heart in just 3 years. Their identities had suddenly changed and now he was the one pestering her. Lu Li asked himself, was it just a matter of self-esteem that he found it hard to accept? Was it possible that he cared a little about her? Like, are you kidding me? How could he like a woman who was shameless enough to force him to marry her? Even if all the women in the world died, it wouldn't be her, Tao Yuan's turn. What's more, she was so ordinary and boring. Well, he admitted that she was a little more dazzling than a few years ago, and she had a few pursuers around her, but she could only attract those crooked melons and split dates. She was far from having the ability to move his heart. The more Lu Li thought about it, the angrier he got. He couldn't stand being despised by such a woman. What do you mean? You've been chased by Fang Yicheng for a few days, do you really think you're a queen? How dare you mention divorce to me? Don't you know what kind of person you are? No matter what kind of person I am, marriage is equal and I have the right to mention divorce. Who gave you the right? I don't need anyone to give it to me. The law stipulates that if you separate for 2 years due to emotional incompatibility, you can file for divorce. Lu Li snorted. Do you know the law? Separation can only be used as the basis to determine that the relationship between husband and wife is broken, but it doesn't mean that you can get a divorce after 2 years of separation. Even if you file a lawsuit, the court can reject it and rule that you can only get a divorce after the divorce takes effect. However, we don't need to go through so much trouble. I'll tell you clearly now, divorce is impossible. She raised her voice and roared. What? Haven't you always wanted to get a divorce? I've agreed now, why are you going back on your word? You say no, you say no, you say no, you say divorce. Do you really think that this marriage is decided by you, Tao Yuan? Let me tell you, the initiative has always been in my hands. And I like it when you're in pain. You want a divorce, right? I don't agree. Let's see what you can do. There was no point in continuing to argue like this. Tao Yuan just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Let go of me, I want to rest. Rest? Without Fang Yicheng to warm your bed, can you sleep? The more she spoke, the more outrageous she became. Tao Yuan was furious. It has nothing to do with you. How can it have nothing to do with me? Didn't you cheat because your desires were not satisfied? It must have been lonely to stay in bed alone for 4 years. When you didn't have Fang Yicheng, did you fantasize about me? I don't want to. Her face was already red with anger. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't control her anger, and her voice became a little sharp. He always had a way to drive her crazy. You don't want to? You don't want to do that to me that night in your pajamas? Lu Li narrowed his eyes, narrow and sharp. Did you wear it for Fang Yicheng to see? Did he like it? Who cares if he likes it or not? It has nothing to do with you. So you really wore it for him to see? You're so shameless. Do you like to seduce men so much? Lu Li said those vicious words and pinched her delicate chin with one hand. It was obviously very dangerous, but suddenly there was a hint of ambiguity. His fingers slowly stroked her skin, and there was a faint smile on his face. It was extremely ambiguous. He was a very beautiful man to begin with. At this time he was especially charming and looked extremely flirtatious. Tao Yuan swallowed her saliva, and her back was almost sinking into the wardrobe. Her heart was beating like thunder, and her face was also red. He was clearly humiliating her, but she actually couldn't resist it. She rarely got so close to men, let alone Lu Li. No matter how much she hated him, he was the man she had loved for 14 years, and her body was shamefully yearning for his closeness. You stay away from me, don't stick so close to me. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that once you get close to a man, your true nature will be exposed? Lu Li leaned even closer. Look, you're already having goosebumps. Do you really want it? You won't admit it with your mouth, but your body is very honest. I'm disgusted by you. Disgusted? Then you probably haven't seen what true disgust is. Her soft body seemed to be hanging on his body, giving and begging. She let out a pitiful groan. Lu Li, you don't go too far. His lean body was exceptionally strong. When he forcefully pressed down on her, she couldn't do anything at all. Her whole body was numb from his breath, and even her toes were curling up. I'm going too far, but you really like it, don't you? Just now you said that you don't feel that you have a husband. Are you blaming me? He asked, and she screamed anxiously. Don't be like this. Like this? Like what? You're shameless. Women who say one thing but mean another. Which one of them doesn't like men being shameless? Especially you should like it the most, right? Controlling her body like this made Lu Li feel very happy, and he almost forgot that his original intention was to humiliate her. His large palms wrapped around her slender waist, and he couldn't help but pinch and knead her, as if it wasn't enough, and he became more and more ruthless. The pain made her face turn red, then white, and it was exceptionally enchanting. The woman who was being tortured was exceptionally beautiful. Chapter 448. I don't want to. The big hand fell on her body and Tao Yuan screamed, twisting her body in panic. Let me go. Take your dirty hands away. I'm dirty, but Fang Yicheng is not dirty? In the end, you're just using him to take revenge on me. Just because I didn't touch you, you have a lot of resentment in your heart, right? You're more charming than before, it must be because you've been nourished by a man. I can't help but want to have a taste of you, Tao Yuan. How wonderful it is. She felt so ashamed that she was about to cry. No, she couldn't cry. Suppressing her tears, Tao Yuan smiled. That's right. I can't go a day without a man, but are you sure you want to touch a woman who cheats? I've done it with Fang Yicheng for 2 years, hundreds of times, don't you think it's dirty? These words were like ice water splashing down, making Lu Li angry. He grabbed her neck and gritted his teeth. Shut up. Just like you said, I'm already a used shoe. When did you start to like to play with used shoes? I've worn that set of pajamas for him, he likes it very much. Do you know what he likes the most when I wear it? I said shut up, do you want me to kill you? Lu Li was furious. When he thought of her and Fang Yicheng together, he was so excited that he wanted to send this adulterous couple to hell. Don't you want to hear it? Don't you think it's very helpful? I Ching is a gentle person in bed, very considerate of my feelings. Bang! Her slender body was thrown to the ground. She was like a doll that had been thrown out. Tao Yuan was in so much pain that she blacked out. A few of her ribs were broken. But he finally let go of her. In his hands she would rather die than live. Tao Yuan, your AF asterisk king B asterisk TC. Lu Li pointed at her and scolded. Her mouth was bleeding and swollen, her hair was disheveled and wrapped around her small face. She stubbornly smiled and provoked. I'm a slut, but how much better are you? Don't touch me if you think it's dirty, hypocrite. I'll touch you? I just wanted to humiliate you. If I touch you, I'll write my name Lu Li upside down. Bang! He slammed the door and stormed out. Tao Yuan sneered and laughed until tears rolled down her cheeks. After Lu Li rushed out of the room, he bumped into Lu Qingwan. Brother, where are you going? She asked hurriedly. Get out. Didn't Dad say to let you spend the night at home? Dad won't be happy if you leave. Lu Li was now full of anger, and his eyebrows were twitching with anger. I can't stay here any longer. But this is our home, why should we let that woman occupy it? She should be the one to leave. Are you going to go back to America to hide from her? In my opinion, you should quickly think of a way to divorce her. The last thing Lu Qing wanted to hear was the word, divorce. He pushed Lu Qingwan's hand away. Stay out of my business. Brother, Lu Qingwan stomped her feet in anger. That night, Tao Yuan stayed at the Lu family. She didn't sleep well and had recurring nightmares. When she woke up the next day, it was worse than not sleeping at all. Her head was dizzy and her scalp hurt when she moved a little. There were headache pills in the car and she took 2. When she arrived at the hotel, her headache only subsided a little. She pushed the door open and entered her office. A woman was sitting on the sofa, texting on her phone. She looked to be in her 30s, dressed in work attire, and looked very capable. Tao Yuan looked outside. There were a few people sitting in the big office and they were all idle. No one had informed her that there was a visitor. However, she was used to their inaction, and walked in calmly. Hello. The other party looked up and studied her for a while before smiling. Hello, Mrs. Lu. This form of address was strange to Tao Yuan. In the hotel, colleagues directly called each other by their titles. Not many people outside knew her and Lu Li's identity, so she was stunned for a moment and was not used to it. But she also knew that this form of address was more or less intentional. Her first reaction was, could it be that it was Lu Li's women again? It shouldn't be. Most of the women outside were star models and other beautiful women. Obviously they were not his type. Tao Yuan calmed herself down and closed the door. The other party put away her phone and stood up. Sorry to disturb you, I am Fang Wen. Tao Yuan searched for this name in her mind and was very confused. It seems that I Ching didn't mention me to you. Manager Fang? You are his sister? It was no wonder that Tao Yuan was surprised. In terms of appearance, Fang Yicheng and his sister did not have any similarity. Fang Yicheng was very beautiful. It was the kind of devilish beauty that exuded a sense of cynicism. But Fang Wen was the kind of mature and capable strong woman. The way she spoke and the way she moved revealed the demeanor of a female leader. At first glance, people would be subdued by her aura and rarely think about whether she was beautiful or not. The 3 sisters of the Fang family were the legends of Ink Rabbit City. They were often jokingly called the modern version of the Yang family's female generals. Tao Yuan was influenced by what she saw and admired them very much. Her eyes unconsciously revealed admiration. Hello. I am Tao Yuan. The 2 of them shook hands. Mrs. Lu, our time is very precious, so I will get straight to the point. I came here to talk about the matter between you and my brother. The video of I Ching and your husband fighting is now spreading all over the internet. I believe you have seen it. You were there at that time, so you know what happened. It is impossible for I Ching to fight for a third-rate model, so it was obviously for you. To put it bluntly, he was fighting with your husband because of jealousy. With your relationship, I Ching should have told you everything about his past, no matter how big or small. He was sent abroad when he was a child, so he behaved as he pleased. As for the relationship between men and women, there were also times when he was particularly reckless. When he was in his 2nd year of high school, I took his girlfriend to the hospital to induce labor. I used money to help him get out of trouble countless times. You know, he is the eldest son of the Fang family and he is also spoiled by us 3 sisters, so naturally he is more arrogant. But this does not mean that his character is bad. On the contrary, he is a very simple person, especially in the emotional aspect. He is easily deceived and deceived. The implication was that she, Tao Yuan, had deceived Fang Yicheng's feelings. She definitely felt uncomfortable listening to this. Fang Wen continued. In fact, 2 years ago when Yicheng suddenly wanted to work in Wilton, I had investigated your relationship. At first, I thought he was just playing around and soon he would not be able to bear the hardship, but I did not expect him to persist. I originally wanted to stop him, but it was rare for him to do something seriously, no matter what the reason was. It was indeed the first time he was so patient with something, so I let him be. But now the situation is different. Your husband has returned from abroad, and there is a misunderstanding about the relationship between you and Yicheng. This will have a bad impact on both sides, won't it? Although Mrs. Liu is still young, but after all, she is married. As a woman who can manage the entire Wilton business district, naturally you have your strengths. You are much more mature than Yicheng, you know how to weigh the pros and cons. So, I hope that Mrs. Liu and Yicheng will keep a distance and persuade him to return to the Fang family. His 2 sisters and I are only helping him manage the Fang family, the final successor can only be him. I don't need to say more about the influence of the Fang family in the entire Ink Rabbit City, and as the successor, Yicheng's spouse must be a daughter of a famous family. Fang Wen hooked up the corner of her mouth. At least it will not be a married woman, that would embarrass everyone. Do you understand what I mean? Tao Yuan nodded. Although Fang Wen's words were harsh, what she said was also the truth. For so many years she was able to do things with ease in the workplace, relying on standing in the other party's point of view. Putting herself in his shoes, if she was Fang Wen, she would also make the same choice. I understand, I will persuade him. Very good, I also hope that you can do what you say. Then I won't disturb your work, goodbye. Fang Wen walked to the door, turned her head and said one sentence. Mrs. Liu, you don't look so good. Presumably you are also worried about yesterday's matter. So to solve this matter early, it will be good for both sides, isn't it? Fang Wen's front foot just left, Fang Yicheng's phone call came. Tao Yuan began to have a headache, pinched the space between her eyebrows, hung up the phone, and then threw the phone to the side. For the next 2 days Fang Yicheng's phone call continued, but Tao Yuan did not answer. She did not deliberately want to escape, but there were times when she was tired of dealing with it. Plus her work was very busy, she really did not have that much free time. Tao Yuan brought a few of her colleagues from the cleaning department to inspect the guest room. Recently, some guests have complained that our carpet is not particularly clean, there is a little smell, it's best to wash it all. The cleaning department staff were all aunties in their 40s, not waiting for her to finish, they complained. We vacuum every day, how could there be a smell? It's just that they are too picky. That's right, we are all strict 6-star standard, how could there be a smell? Do they have a dog's nose? In any case, no matter how good we do, the guests are not satisfied. If we do a good job, there is no reward, and if there is a little problem, they always find trouble with us. We are already so old, how can we do such heavy work? That's right, washing the carpet, easy for you to say, you do it? Group leader Gu, you are also mother's daughter, right? Would you let your mother do such heavy work? She is a person, we are also old people, do you want to tire us to death? Tao Yuan did not have a word to say at all. Sometimes she could communicate with young people, but the aunties did not listen to her at all. If she said one sentence they would say a few hundred times, or else they would say that she did not know how to respect her elders, was impolite and so on. It was all her fault. What are you talking about? So lively. Fang Yicheng walked in. The aunties all surrounded him, swarming to him to complain about Tao Yuan's crimes. "Oh, your hands have calluses, so pitiful." Fang Yicheng comforted them, calling her sister very sweetly. Only then did the aunties feel better. After all, they were women, no matter how old they were, they could not resist handsome men. Chapter 449. The aunties left happily after getting the meal coupons. Tao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. There are times when you can't do anything? Fang Yicheng blinked and teased. Tao Yuan spread out her hands. I'm not omnipotent. There will always be times when I can't do anything. It's better to coax them than to talk about the hotel's working rules or other principles. That's true. There is no woman that I can't coax. Why are you here instead of going to work at this time? Didn't I tell you not to come to me during working hours? Who told you not to answer the phone? I have to ask you for an explanation. Tell me, why did you suddenly ignore me? I'm busy. Being busy is just an excuse. No matter how busy you are, you will always have time to answer the phone. You are deliberately avoiding me. Fang Yicheng took a step forward and stood in front of her. He was very persistent in asking for an answer. Is it because of Luli? Not exactly, but there must be some reasons. I don't want to cause more trouble. In the past 2 years, the two were the closest friends. Tao Yuan couldn't hide secrets in front of Fang Yicheng, and she didn't want to. She had to say it sooner or later, so she said it straightforwardly. You'd better resign. Why? Do you really think I'm a hindrance to you? No, but sooner or later you will go back to take over the company. Do you want to be a small manager here for the rest of your life? What's wrong with that? I don't care as long as I am by your side. That's irresponsible thinking. Tao Yuan retorted. Your three sisters are working so hard to run the company for you. They are paving the way for you. You can't let them down. Fang Yicheng was stunned for a few seconds. He frowned little by little. Did my sister come to you? Yes. What did she say to you? Nothing special. She just asked me to persuade you to go back to take over the company. And to keep our distance. The first sentence was fine, but the second sentence caused Fang Yicheng's hair to stand up. What right do they have to meddle in my affairs? If there's anything, just come at me directly. What's the point of looking for you? They're doing it for your own good. In fact, I told you before to return to the Fang Consortium earlier, but you didn't listen. You've already wasted 2 years here. How much longer do you want to waste? You're already 27. You've had enough fun. It's time for you to go back and take care of your family. Play? You think I've been fooling around for the past 2 years? Fang Yicheng felt as if his heart had been punched. It contracted intensely, but he was more disappointed than angry. He wrapped his hands around her shoulders and said anxiously, I did it all for you. It was precisely because of this that Tao Yuan felt even more terrified and rejected all of this from the bottom of her heart. But I can't afford it. I appreciate everything you've done for me, but as a friend, I don't want to hold you back. What bullsh*t reasoning? I'm not an idiot. I know what I'm doing and I know whether it's worth it or not. I don't need others to decide my life for me. No matter what they say, I will stay by your side. Do you hear me? His agitated emotions put a lot of pressure on Tao Yuan. Her head started to hurt again as if it was exploding. Your current mood is not suitable to talk about this. Let's talk about it after you've thought it over. She pushed his hands away. Yuan. Fang Yicheng chased her to the door. There were other people there, so he didn't dare to chase after her. He punched the wall. Tao Yuan worked overtime until 10 o'clock in the evening. Just as she left the hotel, she received a call from an unknown number. Hello. I'm Fang Wen. Is Yicheng with you now? Her voice pretended to be calm, but it still revealed a trace of eagerness. No. Tao Yuan's footsteps stopped. What's wrong? You told him that I was looking for you. He came back and had a big fight with me. He warned me not to care about him anymore. Mrs. Liu, I thought you were a reasonable person and would treat our conversation as a secret. But I didn't expect you to go to him and complain. It seems that I was wrong about you. I'm sorry. I just don't want to lie to him. I didn't know he would do this. If you are worried about him, I can help you find him. No need. Please stay away from him. I will make him resign soon. That's all. She coldly hung up the phone. Tao Yuan stood there, hesitated for a moment, but still stopped a taxi. This scene fell into the eyes of Lu Qingwan, who was not far away. Looking at Tao Yuan's face, there must be a problem. Although she didn't know what it was, if there was an opportunity, she would definitely not let it go. She said to the driver, "Follow the taxi in front." Tao Yuan looked for a few places that she and Fang Yicheng had been to before. But she couldn't find him. Finally, she went to the bar. Sometimes, when she was under a lot of pressure from work and had negative energy, he would bring her here to dance to vent. The lights of the bar were everywhere. The music was so loud that it made people's hearts hurt. Young men and women crowded in the middle of the dance floor. Tao Yuan squeezed through the crowd and finally found Fang Yicheng in an open room in the corner. There were 2 women sitting next to him. She walked over and told them that she was his girlfriend. Only then did they leave. There were a few empty wine bottles on the table. Fang Yicheng was drinking like crazy. Tao Yuan hurriedly pressed his hand down. "Stop drinking." Yuan. Fang Yicheng looked at her in a daze under the chaotic light, and then he laughed foolishly, murmuring in a dreamy and sweet tone that made one's heart ache. "My Yuan, come back with me. Your sister is waiting for you." She held his hand and wanted to pull him up, but Fang Yicheng shook her off. "I'm not going back. I don't want to go back to that house. Your sister is very worried about you. I hate her. Don't you have a good relationship with your sisters? How can you not go home because of such a small matter? They are doing it for your own good." It's a small matter to them, but to me it's a big matter of my life. Fang Yicheng's eyes sobered up a little. Under the blue and green lights, he looked a little ferocious but incomparably handsome. He used one hand to pinch Tao Yuan's wrist. As he gritted his teeth, he heavily revealed his strong feelings. Don't you know how much I like you? It's been 2 years. For 2 whole years I have been suppressing my feelings. It's been hard on me. You always resist me. You are clearly by my side, but you are so far away that I can't get close to you. He breathed out, spraying the hot smell of wine. He said hatefully. Do you know that sometimes you can be really cruel? It's too easy for me to get a woman, but I can only force myself to stay by your side as a friend. I have to be careful, afraid that I can't control my feelings and cross the line. I can't even be friends anymore. But every time I see you, I want to kiss you, I want to hug you. Tao Yuan's body was burning hot and her throat was suffocating. Even though she knew Fang Yicheng's feelings for her, he was usually laughing and joking around, so she was used to being in a safe zone as a friend. He suddenly released his long-suppressed feelings, causing her to be at a loss of what to do. Tao Yuan, I really love you. Fang Yicheng grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. He used a lot of strength and she almost directly fell into his embrace. As soon as she twisted her wrist, he held it tightly. Yicheng, don't be like this, you're drunk? She tried to take a deep breath and remain calm, but her hurried tone could not hide her panic. I'm not drunk. He pressed his forehead against hers and muttered in a deep and weak voice. I really love you. Why can't you give me a chance? Do you know how tired I am? I don't want to be your friend, I want to be your man. The strong smell of alcohol entered her nose. Tao Yuan's entire body was numb and soft. She knew that her entire body must be red right now. He was clearly a bit rough, but he was as weak as a child, which made her heart ache. She had once desperately loved Lu Li for more than 10 years, so she knew better than anyone the despair, sadness, and pain of unrequited love. Moreover, staying together as a friend was more torturous than looking at him from afar. So her heart ached for him. Don't be like this, okay? I'm already married, I'm not suitable for you. But does your marriage make you happy? It will only make you wither away. You should be happy. Tao Yuan bitterly smiled. Not every marriage is perfect. There are always some people who can't love each other, which is the most torturous. As long as this marriage is still there, I am Lu Li's wife. I can't betray him. You're always so calm. Fang Yicheng let go of her in disappointment. Can't you be willful for once? If you continue like this, you'll die of depression sooner or later. He placed a bottle of alcohol in front of her. Come on, even if we can't get a divorce, we can at least get drunk. When we're drunk, we'll forget everything. Looking at the bottle of alcohol, Tao Yuan knew that she shouldn't drink it. She should bring Fang Yicheng back and not accompany him in his madness. But that bottle of alcohol was like a devil, telling her to drink, get drunk, get rid of all your worries. Why live such a tiring life? People have to be crazy for once. Okay, I'll drink with you. Hardening her heart, Tao Yuan grabbed the bottle of alcohol and drank a mouthful as if she was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. Lu Qingwan hid in the dark, and her lips curled up into a strange smile. She asked for a bottle of whiskey and added something to it before asking the bartender to send it over. Tao Yuan's alcohol tolerance wasn't good, and she passed out after drinking 2 bottles. On the other hand, Fang Yicheng was more sober than her and sent her back to her condominium. He placed the man on the bed and Fang Yicheng followed suit. He was so tired that he could die. She wasn't heavy, but he had drunk a lot of alcohol as well. It was a little strenuous for him to carry her back and he was sweating profusely. F***CK, I'm the one venting, but you're even crazier than me. I'm not letting you drink anymore. Fang Yicheng wiped his sweat and propped himself up to look at her. Tao Yuan mumbled a few times and as she twisted her body, her collar opened up, revealing her beautiful collarbone. Hot, so hot, she whimpered and involuntarily took off her jacket, leaving only a white shirt on. Her snow-white skin was stained with a faint layer of red due to the effects of alcohol. Her ponytail was scattered, and her hair spread out like seaweed, making her face look even more charming. Chapter 450. He had never seen such a seductive Tao Yuan before. She was like a seductress. Any man would not be able to control himself, not to mention the woman he loved the most. To put it bluntly, Fang Yicheng had been fantasizing about Tao Yuan for the past 2 years when he was dealing with his physical needs. Seeing it with his own eyes was much more shocking than his imagination. His nose felt warm and he touched it. *CK. He actually had a nosebleed. If this continued, he would definitely commit a crime. Fang Yiqing grabbed the quilt and wrapped Tao Yuan with it. But she shouted that it was hot and tried to push his hand away. No. I'm hot, so hot, so hot. As she resisted, her body subconsciously arched up and her two soft arms hugged Fang Yiqing. Her drunken body exuded a faint fragrance. It was sweet and tempting, making Fang Yiqing unable to control himself. His body was extremely stiff and his eyes were filled with lust. She had melted all the bones in his body. The only thought in his mind was to ruthlessly tear her apart. The battle-hardened Fang Yiqing was like a young lad who had his first taste. He was impatient and at a loss of what to do. He kept swallowing his saliva. Yuan, I'm hot, help me. Tao Yuan only felt that her whole body was burning. His body could cool her down, so she kept trying to arch her body higher and closer to him. She didn't know what she needed, but she wanted more. Hot, her hand burrowed into his shirt, caressing it. Fang Yiqing's body suddenly trembled. His eyes became hot and his voice became hoarse. Yuan, don't be like this, you're drunk? I'm not drunk. I want. Her soft body continued to rub against his muscular chest, squeezing against it. I'm so uncomfortable, Tao Yuan murmured with grievance and even sobbed softly. Help me? Fang Yiqing was already feeling uncomfortable. When she continued to act like this, his rationality was immediately thrown out the window. Too irritating, too irritating. He was about to burst into flames. They had been friends for 2 years. He had had enough. He didn't want to be her *T friend anymore. He wanted to be her man. Even if she woke up the next day and chopped him with a knife, he would do it first. Vixen. Fang Yiqing's voice was taut as he growled. His large palm pinched her waist. Her skin was so soft and delicate that it felt like it was going to slip through the gaps between his fingers. He couldn't help but increase his strength, yearning to knead it even harder. Fang Yiqing couldn't take it anymore. He lowered his head and bit her lips, sucking her constantly. This kiss was much deeper than the previous one. Her taste was like sweet rose juice, making him greedy and confused. He couldn't help but gasp. His body was about to explode. He was about to go crazy. Yuan, I love you. I love you, Fang Yiqing said as he kissed her passionately. His hands wandered around her soft body. He was excited, and his body was extremely excited. I love you too. Luli, boom. Fang Yiqing felt as though he was struck by lightning. She was calling. Fang Yiqing? She said she loved him? Fang Yiqing frowned. Look clearly, who am I? Tao Yuan wasn't happy that she left him. She pouted her pink lips and looked at him in a daze, as though she was wondering why he would ask such a silly question. You're my husband. Luli. The corner of her mouth revealed a blissful and sweet smile. That was the most beautiful smile that Fang Yiqing had ever seen. It was like a blooming poppy flower. However, it was for Luli. How ironic. He knew that she had loved Luli for many years. However, he thought that Luli's actions had made her give up. Their relationship was just a meaningless marriage contract. However, at such a time she was still thinking about Luli and was still calling his name. Fang Yiqing suddenly hated her very much. He couldn't wait to take her by force. Even if he couldn't have her heart, he must have her body first. Luli. Hubby. Love me? Tao Yuan leaned her body forward and her lips slightly touched his. Fang Yiqing allowed her to kiss him. However, that kind of kiss had already become tasteless. The excitement in his body was also gradually subsiding. In the end, he still couldn't take her by force. He was afraid that she would hate him. He was afraid of losing her. He almost escaped from the bed in a panic. He had completely sobered up. To him, this could be considered as the most terrifying few nights in his life. Headache. This was the most clear feeling that Tao Yuan had after she woke up. Her pale fingers inserted into her hair. She rubbed it a few times, but she still couldn't suppress the tearing pain that drilled into the tip of her heart. She smelled the smell of alcohol on her body. She was still wearing yesterday's clothes in her own bedroom. She remembered that she came to drink with Fang Yiqing last night. Good morning. A pleasant and magnetic voice rang out. Tao Yuan looked over. Fang Yiqing was standing at the door with breakfast in his hands. The main point was that he was only wearing a pair of pants. The two of them had swum together before. Tao Yuan had already seen Fang Yiqing's good figure. Although he was thin, his chest and abs were very eye-catching. He had a wide waist and narrow hips. His skin was originally very fair, and it seemed to glow under the sun. Even Tao Yuan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She couldn't control her heartbeat and breathing. Why are you here? I sent you back last night. Have you forgotten? I don't really remember. Her head was still hurting badly. Tao Yuan couldn't help but rub it a few more times. It's okay if you don't remember that I sent you back. But you should remember what happened after that, right? His low and hoarse voice made Tao Yuan's throat, which was originally very relieved, tighten. Last night? What happened last night? Have you forgotten? Fang Yicheng put the tray aside and climbed onto the bed slowly. He was like a hunting beast, slowly approaching his prey. His tone sounded casual, but the look in his eyes was extremely evil. Tao Yuan shrank back, but he had long arms and legs. In an instant, he pounced on her and pressed her under his body. He didn't completely press her down. It was more like he formed a circle, encircling her within his sphere of influence. It was filled with his scent. His face was plastered on hers, and he unscrupulously emitted a refreshing scent. What are you doing? Tao Yuan grabbed the bedsheets nervously. She didn't know where to put her other hand. She stretched out her hand and pushed him. She was immediately scalded by his burning chest and quickly retracted her hand. Both of them had a very close relationship. Occasionally there would be some intimate actions like hugging. She didn't really resist it. However, this kind of intimacy was different from before. It was very ambiguous and restless. Thus, Tao Yuan suddenly became anxious and a little flustered. Don't get so close. Why? Last night you didn't say that. You hugged me tightly and didn't want to let go for even a moment. So passionate. Fang Yicheng squinted his pair of peach blossom eyes and smiled evilly. He grabbed her helpless hand and kissed it. I can't tell that our Yuan is so passionate in bed. I like it very much. Don't talk nonsense. Nothing happened between us. Oh? Are you sure? Last night you were very drunk, but I was very sober. Tell me who will remember it better. She tried to treat this sentence as a joke. After all, Fang Yicheng wasn't a man who would act recklessly. However, both of them were drunk. Who could say for sure about this kind of thing? Tao Yuan's face alternated between red and white. That handsome face looked even more charming up close. His breath was all over her face, making her so nervous that she couldn't think straight. Her hand that was clutching the bedsheets kept trembling. Look, I'm not wearing any clothes. What do you think we did last night? His peach blossom eyes became more frivolous and evil. Since you've forgotten, why don't you let me help you recall it? Fang Yicheng pounced on her. Tao Yuan was so anxious that she screamed. No. His lips stopped beside her ear and a burst of laughter came out. I'm just kidding. What are you so nervous about? Tao Yuan looked at him in confusion. Her mind was in a mess. She couldn't figure out if what he said was true or false. Her two beautiful eyebrows furrowed. Is this what you call disappointment? Although nothing happened after we did it, but now. The voice that came out of his thin lips was bewildering, magnetic, and low murmurs. My Yuan, you don't know how much I want you. Tao Yuan was sullen. She pushed him hard and this time he was pushed away. Don't make such a low-class joke, okay? It's so annoying. I'm just saying. Who knew you'd believe me? You know that I was drunk last night and forgot everything. I'll believe whatever you say. Is that so? If I knew earlier I would have lied to you. Maybe you'd have given in to me? Fang Yicheng raised one of his eyebrows childishly. His winking was really annoying, but Tao Yuan really couldn't hate him. Which woman would hate such a handsome face? She was also a woman, so she couldn't do it. But she still gritted her teeth. If you take advantage of me, we can't even be friends. Fang Yicheng was sad. The identity of friend allowed him to stand closest to her with a clear conscience, but it also created an insurmountable gap between them. It was really a double-edged sword. So he didn't know whether to love it or hate it. He understood these feelings and so did she. But both of them chose to bury their heads in the sand. He didn't want to give her pressure, so he wouldn't mention it. Even if he did mention it, he would just treat it as a joke. He reached out and rubbed her hair. There aren't many men like you, so don't get drunk in front of a man next time. Not to mention others, even me, when you hugged me last night, I almost couldn't control myself. Now that I think about it, I still feel a little regretful. Tao Yuan rolled her eyes at him in a very unladylike manner. She had forgotten everything about last night. Of course, she didn't know that they had hugged and kissed. Fang Yicheng thought that it was good that she didn't remember, lest she felt awkward when she saw him in the future and avoided him again. He also didn't want to forget the taste of her passion and sweetness, but he had to forget. He didn't want to become Lu Li's substitute. That would make him very painful. Can you put on your clothes first? I want to, but I vomited all over you last night and my clothes aren't dry yet. The assistant will send it over later. Let's have breakfast first. Fang Yiqing got off the bed and smiled at her. Still sitting there in a daze? Do you know that your adorable look makes me want to? He licked his lips wickedly. Tao Yuan grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Then he put one hand on the door and smiled. Hey, what kind of wind has brought you? You're courting death. Lu Li swung his fist and rushed forward. Fang Yiqing's face took a heavy punch. If he hadn't shut his mouth early, all his front teeth would have been knocked out. This punch was especially fierce. He staggered and fell to the ground, knocking over a cupboard. Bang bang bang, everything fell and hit him. Lu Li's eyes were red. He grabbed a vase and rushed forward as if he was fighting with his family's murderer. Tao Yuan heard the noise and ran out. She saw Lu Li holding the vase and was about to hit Fang Yiqing's head. Stop. Bang, the vase still broke on Fang Yiqing's head. His face was covered in blood. Lu Li, you're crazy. Tao Yuan rushed forward and knocked him away. How can you hit me? Yiqing, how are you? God, your head is broken. I'll help you stop the bleeding. Lu Li looked at Tao Yuan's anxious face and hated her to the extreme. This morning he received a call from Lu Qingwan saying that she and Fang Yiqing were staying here. He immediately turned around and saw the scene when he opened the door. Fang Yiqing was naked and she had just taken a shower. Even if he wanted to find an excuse for them, he couldn't find one. The truth was right in front of him. He already knew that they were together. But when he saw this scene he was furious. His chest was filled with the urge to kill someone. He was so angry that his face was distorted and he shouted angrily. Tao Yuan, you bitch. Lu Qingwan was stunned for a few seconds. Then she reacted and said hurriedly. I'm right, brother. She has been with Fang Yiqing for a long time. They must be living together. If you didn't come here personally, she would definitely argue. What else do you have to say now? Tao Yuan was only worried about Fang Yiqing now. She didn't want to care about what they were saying. Can you stand up? Or should I take the medicine box and bandage it for you? Fang Yiqing's eyelashes were wet with blood. He didn't feel any pain. He just felt dizzy. He shook his head. I'm fine. He was actually ignored? Lu Li couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her up. He was so strong that Tao Yuan couldn't stand steadily. Her body rubbed against the floor and was pulled up by him. Let go. I want you to give me an explanation. Lu Li roared. Tao Yuan was in pain because of his grip. She tried to pry open the web between her thumb and index finger. But his strength was so terrifying. How could she get rid of him? She knew that he must have misunderstood. If he could calm down, she could explain to him. But if he could calm down, he wouldn't be Lu Li. Tao Yuan couldn't tolerate him hitting someone. Moreover, he had even beaten up Fang Yiqing. She felt that he was no different from a hooligan. Hence she was annoyed. You came to my house to hit someone. What do you want me to explain to you? He spent the night here last night? The two of you slept together? If I say no, will you believe me? Do you think I'm a fool? Lu Li squeezed out every word from his teeth. His grip kept tightening, almost breaking her arm. Are you trying to tell me that the two of you were just chatting under the blanket and nothing happened? Since you've already determined that we've done it, why are you still asking me? Tao Yuan sneered. Previously at the police station, I've already told you clearly about our relationship. Don't you think it's unnecessary for you to ask me for an explanation? This sentence was undoubtedly an acknowledgement of their relationship. Lu Li didn't think that he would be so angry. He was really angry to the point that he wanted to kill someone. She had kissed Fang Yiqing in front of him and said many things that contradicted him. But subconsciously he still lied to himself and thought that maybe they hadn't done it. It was because in the past 10 years she hadn't had a second man in her life other than him. She was always like a moth to a flame, chasing after him like the sun. But she did everything without a care for herself. So while he hated her, it wasn't that he didn't admire and feel touched. It was because she had used a whole 10 years to prove her love. So, even now, no matter how intimate she was with Fang Yiqing, he still thought that maybe she wasn't that kind of woman. But he forgot that they had been separated for 3 years. The Tao Yuan now was no longer the one from before. When she looked at him, there was no longer the light in her eyes. It was as if she was looking at other people, calm and indifferent. So, the light in her eyes now was Fang Yicheng? It was simply unbearable. The more Lu Li thought about it, the angrier he became. His eyes narrowed, cold and vicious. So, you admit that you cheated? He wanted to hear it from her mouth. Brother, why are you still asking such a stupid question? Isn't it obvious? She has already put on this green hat for you. Adultery is also a crime. She should be arrested and put in jail. Alright, I need to take a photo for Dad to see in case she quibbles again. Lu Qingwan was afraid that the matter wasn't big enough, so she quickly took out her phone. But just as she took it out, her hand was slapped by Tao Yuan, and the phone fell far away. How dare you hit me? Lu Qingwan's eyes widened. You cheated and you're still so arrogant? How shameless. Brother, you have to teach her a lesson today. This kind of woman deserves to be beaten to death. Lu Li couldn't hear Lu Qingwan's words. In his eyes, there was only Tao Yuan, and he violently pulled her. Did you two sleep together? He questioned angrily. Tao Yuan felt that her heart was about to burst from his roar. Speak. Let go of me. Fang Yicheng, who was on the ground, was still struggling, but he really couldn't get up. Shut up. Lu Li kicked him again. Don't go crazy again. Tao Yuan grabbed his arm tightly. If you have any problems, come at me. Don't hit him anymore. It has nothing to do with him. He is your adulterer and you say it has nothing to do with him? Even if I beat him to death today, it's because he's asking for it. In the constant struggle and pulling, Tao Yuan's anger also rose to the extreme. Our marriage has long been dead in name. What right do you have to be crazy here? There is no adulterer and there is no third party. It's me who has long given up on you. I like Fang Yicheng and I was the one who took the initiative to seduce him. So what? In any case, this marriage is a complete joke to you. Do you have to act like a husband who catches an adulterer? Yes, I blindly liked you for 10 years. I used 10 years in exchange for a marriage that only exists in name. I was stupid, I deserved it, I ruined myself, I admit it. Now I've woken up and I don't want to continue making mistakes, okay? In this world, not only you, Lu Li, are a man, I also have the right to love other men. I don't care which woman you are with. Who I love, you have no right to interfere. Don't go crazy in front of me. Lu Li's heart was ruthlessly stabbed and suddenly tightened. There was actually a time when he was so angry with a woman that he couldn't speak. Every word she said was the truth and he couldn't refute it. However, he just couldn't accept it. He had never been so unwilling in his life. He stared fiercely at that stubborn face. In her eyes, there was no longer the meekness and infatuation in the past. There was only endless disgust. It was as if the sweetness in the past had now turned into chaff that disgusted her, and she couldn't wait to get rid of it. Don't forget, we are still married. Legally, you are still my Lu Li's woman. You don't have the right to love anymore. What was funny was that the marriage that he hated the most was now the only excuse for him to tie her down. Then divorce. These words jumped out of her mouth without any hesitation. Lu Qingwan's mouth was wide open in surprise, not to mention how angry Lu Li was. When he let go of her, he raised his hand and was about to slap her. Stop. Chapter 452. However, Tao Yuan was not afraid. She looked at the pair of angry eyes, stubborn and proud, and her eyes were full of sarcasm. If this slap can get a divorce, then let him slap me. Lu Qingwan was also mad. Brother, what are you waiting for? This kind of woman should be beaten. Beat her to death, beat her to death. Tao Yuan glared at her. In her eyes, this Lu Qingwan was a female demon who was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. This kind of person, even if she died, would not be able to wash away her viciousness and crimes. You cheered like a clown, do you feel very proud? Who are you calling a clown? Lu Qingwan scolded back. You shameless slut, how dare you scold me? I am a slut, but don't forget the first time I cheated was because of you and your mother. It was you who schemed to let another man force himself on me. Lu Li, it's all thanks to your mother and sister that you're standing here with your swords drawn. When they did that, you did not stop them. Now, what right do you have to blame me for cheating? She tried her best to say these words in the most indifferent manner, but she could not help but cry. It was a few years ago and it was still a nightmare for her. In the past 3 years, she could not count how many times she had been woken up by this nightmare. But perhaps she should be grateful to him for giving her this fatal blow. Otherwise, she would never have woken up. She raised her head, and Lu Li saw a trace of tears in the depths of her stubborn eyes. A very complicated emotion gripped his heart. That incident back then, he was indeed responsible. This was also the only thing that he felt that he had let her down. When she held back her tears and accused him, he also felt a sense of suffocation. His fingers slowly loosened, and for a moment he did not know how to deal with the situation in front of him. Tao Yuan's entire body was being held by him. As soon as he let go, she collapsed to the ground. Lu Li looked at her and turned to leave. Brother. Lu Li walked very fast and Lu Qingwan jogged behind him. Just let it go? Brother, say something. How could you not slap her? Brother, I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? When they got into the car, Lu Qingwan was still unwilling to give up. She's the one who cheated on me, and yet she's still trying to make a false accusation. She's so arrogant, you should have beaten her to death. Wasn't that what was happening in the news? When a husband catches his wife cheating on him, he will strip her naked and drag her out on the street to show everyone how shameless she is. Lu Li's entire face was taut and his lips were tightly pursed. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. His gloomy eyes were suppressing a dangerous murderous intent, and his whole body emitted a terrifying aura like that of a wild beast. Lu Qingwan kept asking him, but he ignored her. She guessed that he must be in a bad mood right now, so she shut her mouth. Fortunately, I recorded the video. She actually dared to hit my hand. But the photos should still be there. I'll show them to Dad. Let's see if she still dares to deny it. The phone was snatched away. Lu Li drove with one hand and pulled up the video with the other. He pressed the delete button. Brother, what are you doing? Give it back to me. Lu Qingwan hurriedly tried to snatch it back, but Lu Li pushed her away with his elbow and she was pushed back into the seat. Lu Li deleted the video and photos. He even checked again to make sure that the recently deleted was cleared before throwing the phone back. When Lu Qingwan saw that all the photos were gone, she was so angry that her eyes turned green. What are you doing? These are all evidence. Without the photos, Dad will definitely not believe what I said. At that time, she will be able to argue however she wants. She had planned everything and finally found evidence of her cheating. But now it was all in vain. Although she kept saying that she wanted a divorce, who knew if she was just saying one thing and doing another? The Fang family would definitely not accept a woman who cheated. At that time, wouldn't she still have to shamelessly stay in the Lu family? With this ruckus, it would be difficult to catch her in the future. Lu Li's hands were holding the steering wheel tightly, and the veins on the back of his hands were throbbing. His expression was frightening as he ordered coldly. When you go back, don't mention this matter. Why? She has already made you a cuckold and you are still protecting her? Don't you want a divorce? Lu Qingwan was so angry that she asked loudly. That was the word that Lu Li didn't want to hear the most. He gritted his teeth. It's my business whether I want a divorce or not. You don't have to worry about it. You are my brother. Of course I have to help you. Moreover, you know how much I hate her. You can avoid her if you don't go home all year round, but I see her at least twice a month. I've had enough. What do you mean by not divorcing her? Don't tell me you have fallen in love with her? Lu Li was too lazy to deny it. Love Tao Yuan? How could that be possible? Even if all the women in the world died, he would not love such a frivolous woman. He was favored by the heavens. He only had what he wanted and there was nothing he couldn't afford. He had always humiliated and trampled on others, and no one had ever dared to make him lose face. But now, he had been humiliated by a nominal wife whom he had always hated the most. This was a great humiliation for him. Well, more like hate. And he hated her to the bone. However, he didn't want a divorce. He didn't know why, but the thought made him annoyed. Lu Qingwan was a little flustered when she didn't get an answer. How is that possible? You have always hated her. In order to avoid her, you even went to the United States. How could you fall in love with her after coming back for 3 months? You also think that she is a bitch and you don't want her to have a good life, right? However, there is no point in you dragging her along as revenge. She is so shameless. Even if you don't divorce her, she will continue to be with Fang Yicheng. When the time comes and everyone knows about it, how can we, the Lu family, show our face? You should take this opportunity to divorce her and look for Sister Yanran. She will definitely get back together with you if she knows that you two are separated. Enough. Are you done? Lu Li roared. I have already said that this is between me and her. I will handle it. Anyway, don't say a word in front of Dad. Lu Qingwan was unwilling and had a stomach full of anger. However, Lu Li was a very dignified person. She didn't dare to go against him, so she could only swallow all those words back. Her eyes narrowed and emitted a vicious light. She cursed Tao Yuan fiercely in her heart. She would never let her go. Lu Qingwan was abandoned on the way home and she took a taxi home. The moment she entered the house, she was reprimanded by Lu Yanting. You have already graduated for a year and you only know how to play and not do proper work. How long do you want to play for? Learn from your sister-in-law. Although she is the young madam of our family, she also started from the bottom in the hotel. She relied on her own efforts to get promoted and get a raise. All the executives in the hotel would give her a thumbs up when they mention her. As for you, you will. Lu Qingwan was already annoyed, and she immediately retorted angrily when she was provoked. Yes, Tao Yuan is the best. She is good at everything. I can't compare to her in anything, okay? I'm not as good at pleasing you as she is, and I don't have her ability to seduce men. Those executives must be praising her ability to please men. I'm really inferior to her. You, Lu Yanting was trembling with anger. What are you saying? What did I say? I'm speaking the truth. Lu Qingwan said in a strange tone. The scandal between her and Fang Yicheng has long been an open secret in the hotel. It's just that you don't know about it. Baseless rumors. She has already explained that they are just friends. Only you would believe her explanation. She is now living outside, and you don't even know which man she is fooling around with. Who knows, she might have already been living with her adulterer. To think that you... Before Lu Qingwan could finish her words, she received a slap on her face. There was a buzzing sound in her ear and her face was slapped to the side. Su Baihe saw her being slapped the moment she came out and hurriedly pushed Lu Yanting away. How can you hit your daughter? I don't have such a daughter. Lu Yanting shouted angrily. Lu Qingwan covered her face and turned her head inch by inch. Her eyes were red with anger and her heart was dead. She sneered. Yes, you don't have a daughter, a wife, or a son. You only have Tao Yuan in your heart. If you trust her so much, you will definitely regret it in the future. She rushed upstairs angrily and Su Baihe followed her in. I'm so angry, Lu Qingwan kicked over a chair, knocked over a vase and kept scolding. I'm going to kill her. What's wrong? You're throwing such a big tantrum as soon as you come back. Didn't I say that your father's health isn't good? Don't quarrel with him. He hit me first. Look at my face. Lu Qingwan pointed at the 5 finger marks on her face, and her face was twitching. He hit me because of that B*TCH. Sigh, it's not like you don't know that your father is biased. Speaking of this, Su Baihe was also full of resentment. I don't know what's wrong with him, but he's actually so protective of her. You won't get any benefits if you make a scene in front of him. We'll think of a way behind his back. I could have driven her away today. It's all my brother's fault. Lu Qingwan told her the whole story and Su Baihe was also very angry after listening to it. I already knew that she cheated. What kind of mother will have what kind of daughter? It's normal for that kind of woman to be unable to bear the loneliness and seduce men. Is your brother out of his mind? How could he let you cover for him? That's right. If he didn't delete those photos, that slap would have been on Tao Yuan's face. Lu Qingwan covered her face. It was still hurting, but what hurt more was her heart. She had always been very unbalanced. Now that she had personally caught the adulterer, she wanted to turn the world upside down. But in the end it was all for naught. Needless to say, she was very annoyed. Do you think that my brother is biased because he likes her? This was what she was most worried about. Of course not. Seeing his wife cheating with his own eyes, no matter how much he loves her, he will hate her. Moreover, your brother doesn't like her in the first place. He must have other plans. After all, he was her own son. Su Baihe was very sure of this. Lu Li's personality was very strong. If people didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If people offended him, he would definitely pay them back 1,000,000 times over. Moreover, Tao Yuan had made him a cuckold. With such a serious matter, she would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Then what should we do? Just let it go? Of course not. Now that we know that she cheated, things will be much easier. The older the ginger, the wiser the ginger. Su Baihe was already planning in her heart. Chapter 453. It was late at night. The top floor of the Lu Enterprises building was shrouded in the night fog, and the lights were flickering in the night fog. Lu Li stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the bustling city under his feet. The busy traffic made him as small as an ant. It was said that it was lonely at the top, but he liked the high places. During those years in the United States, he relied on his own hands to build the world. From the bottom to the top, he became more and more ambitious. He wanted to make his career bigger, stand higher, and make the whole world the territory of Lu Enterprises. However, such an ambitious man was disturbed by a woman tonight. The cigarette in his hand had burned out, but Luli did not take a puff. When the sparks burned his fingers, he put out the cigarette. The air was filled with the strong smell of nicotine. It was said that nicotine could calm people down, but it was useless. If the heart was disturbed, everything would be useless. Luli took out a cigarette and put it into his mouth. The bitterness between his lips and teeth made him resist. He frowned and put the cigarette back. He pinched his eyebrows, and his brain was working at a high speed, so fast that he could not control it. In business he enjoyed brainstorming. The faster his brain worked, the better. However, tonight his mind was full of scenes of Tao Yuan's affair. She and Fang Yicheng kissed, he appeared at her house, the way she protected him, the way she was nervous about him, and even the scenes of them in bed. Luli felt a strong, powerless anger. The anger was because of such a great shame. But the powerlessness was because he thought it was unnecessary. As she said, the marriage existed in name only. He never cared about her, so why should he really think of himself as a husband who had been betrayed? The person who he had never cared about could easily affect his mood now. In the Hermes flagship store, the shopping guide was enthusiastically recommending a limited edition platinum bag to a beautiful woman. Usually, the people who came to the store to see the limited edition bags were some regular customers, but this was the first time they had received this one. She was dressed very low-key and the bag was not a big brand. But judging from her temperament and figure, her identity was also extraordinary. After all, not every noble lady was flamboyant. Some were the complete opposite. Temperament was not something that could be packaged with money. Shen Xinhui was indeed not a regular customer of these shops. Although she had the qualifications, she was not very keen on famous brands. She just happened to pass by and came in to take a look. She liked this one and decided to buy it under the recommendation of the shop assistant. This orange color really suits your skin tone, and the size is just right. This is the only one in the whole of Asia. Many customers can't even get one. Shen Xinhui nodded and was about to take it. An arrogant voice came from behind. "I want this bag. Mrs. Liu." Shen Xinhui turned around and saw Su Baihe walking over. Both of them were ladies from rich families, but there was still a big difference between them. Su Baihe's temperament came from her family background. She had always been using luxury goods, and her dressing was also very tasteful. He was dressed in a fur coat, looking very graceful and luxurious. Shen Xinhui's temperament came from her own cultivation. When she was young, she was a cellist in an international orchestra and had also practiced dancing. Therefore, even though she was wearing ordinary clothes, she still had a natural elegance, and her figure was excellent. Although in terms of dressing she was much more low-key than Su Baihe, but her appearance was better and more charming. "Mrs. Liu, what a coincidence." Shen Xinhui took the initiative to greet her. She was a gentle person to begin with. Moreover, the Tao family was not as well off as the Liu family. To put it bluntly, the marriage between the two families was arranged because the Tao family was of a higher status. Hence, her words were filled with a sense of flattery. "What's you? I'm sorry for taking your bag." Su Baihe was a bit arrogant and didn't even look at the bag. Obviously she was not interested and just wanted to take it. Shen Xinhui knew her purpose, but she was used to it, so she shook her head indifferently. "It's okay. I don't often use these luxury goods anyway. Your back looks better." "Good that you know." "Mrs. Liu, I'll wrap it up for you." The shop assistant left. "Mrs. Liu, I haven't seen you for a long time. Yuanxing has been very busy recently and didn't have time to visit." "Sorry. We don't have to be so close to each other." Su Baihe was arrogant and looked down on Shen Xinhui from the bottom of her heart. Tao Yuanxing's first wife was her best friend, and her family was similar to the Su family. She felt it was a pity that her best friend married Tao Yuanxing. But she didn't expect that Tao Yuanxing would divorce her and marry Shen Xinhui more than 10 years later. What kind of person was Shen Xinhui? She claimed to be from a musical family, but in fact her parents were just musicians in an orchestra. She herself was just a cello player. She was far from being a rich girl. Part of her dislike for Tao Yuan was because she felt injustice for her best friend. Shen Xinhui smiled. "Don't say that. We are in-laws and we should visit each other more often." "Oh, not now but soon." Hearing that, Shen Xinhui's smile froze. "What's wrong with Ali?" Su Baihe's face darkened and she immediately retorted. "What does it have to do with my son? Why don't you ask your daughter what's wrong?" Shen Xinhui was a little embarrassed. She had indeed spoken too quickly. Luli had been on the news with different women for 3 months since he came back to China. She had been very worried. So when Xin Xinhui said that, she instinctively thought that Lu Li wanted to divorce Tao Yuan for another woman. Sorry, I didn't mean that. I know very well what you mean by that. Su Baihe snorted. The weaker Xin Xinhui was, the more arrogant she was. She wanted to tear off her disguise and provoke her even more. I say, you are really good at pretending. Aren't you tired of pretending for so many years? But it's useless no matter how you pretend. Children are the mirror of their parents. What kind of nature you are, you can see it by looking at your daughter. Xin Xinhui was confused. What's wrong with Yuan Yuan? She made my son a cuckold. Don't you know? Impossible. There must be some misunderstanding. Go to the hotel and ask. Who doesn't know that she and the young master of the Fang family are together? No wonder she wanted to move out. So she wanted to build a nest with her lover outside. Su Baihe's sarcasm must have made Xin Xinhui very angry. She didn't mind being criticized, but her daughter couldn't be criticized. She opened her mouth and wanted to refute. It was your son who had an affair, and not just once. But she was a rational woman. As a mother, no one wanted to hear others criticize their children. So she endured it. I know my daughter very well. Yuan Yuan would definitely not do that kind of thing. Not to mention that she only has Ali in her heart for so many years. Even if she didn't, she is a well-behaved girl. She would definitely not do something like having an affair in marriage. Xin Xinhui explained seriously. Ali has been gone for 3 years. People are used to seeing her alone. Whenever there's any trouble around her, she will start a rumor. That young master of the Fang family is probably her colleague or friend. Su Baihe looked at Xin Xinhui's serious expression and got angry. She wanted to give her a slap. But the most infuriating thing was that Xin Xinhui always spoke softly and gently. So she couldn't fight with her. People would think that she was unreasonable. Su Baihe endured and endured until her liver was in pain. She smiled coldly and asked in reply. Rumors? There are no waves without wind. Do you know that? If she knew how to keep herself clean, there wouldn't be these rumors. Moreover, I am not the kind of person who believes whatever others say. I don't know right from wrong. If there is no evidence, would I say so? My son and daughter have caught them personally. If it was just Lu Qingwan, it would be fine. Xin Xinhui knew that she had been targeting Tao Yuan. But now there was Lu Li, and Su Baihe said it so confidently. She was a little nervous, but she still insisted. I believe that Yuan Yuan will not betray Ali. What's the use of your belief? It's not what I say. If you don't believe me, you can ask your daughter. You were originally a mistress, and you even gave birth to a child. How good can a daughter raised by someone like you be? Even if you are the legitimate wife, you can't change your nature as a mistress. And you know very well what kind of family our Lu family is. We can't tolerate a daughter with that kind of background. If you still want to save face, get a divorce and stop pestering my son. Xin Xinhui's face turned green and white. In-law, don't you think you are going too far? I'm going too far? Your daughter cheated on my son and smeared the name of my Lu family. Is it not going too far? If you don't believe me, then you can ask her yourself. She is good at sophistry. I hope she is telling the truth in front of you. After saying that, Su Baihe took her bag and walked away arrogantly. Xin Xinhui was so angry that she couldn't say a word for a long time. Finally she called Tao Yuan. She believed that there must be a misunderstanding. She couldn't believe Su Baihe's one-sided words and doubt her daughter. She had to ask clearly. When Tao Yuan was at work, she received a call from Xin Xinhui. She asked her to go home for dinner. She heard that Xin Xinhui seemed to have something inconvenient to say, so she went home after work. The big iron gate opened automatically. Tao Yuan drove into the garden. Just as she was about to park the car, a black Jaguar overtook her and made a sharp turn, stopping in front of her. She slammed on the brakes and almost crashed into it. Tao Yuan couldn't help frowning. When she saw the man who got out of the car, her frown became even more serious. Lu Li? What was he doing here? The Tao family was probably the last place in the world he wanted to go to. He should have just come from the hotel. He was wearing a suit and a pair of sunglasses. He was usually a calm and noble man, but at this moment he looked a little arrogant. He overtook her car just now, which was obviously to provoke her. Wasn't he very calm? This kind of thing was not his style at all. There must be a hole in his brain. Wait, he wouldn't come for nothing. He must be here for nothing. Was he here to talk about the divorce? Tao Yuan's heart was beating fast. She quickly got out of the car and walked up to him. Why are you here? Can't I be here? Lu Li was angry when he saw her resistance. However, he had thought about it carefully. Arguing with a woman was the stupidest thing in the world. He knew that there were ways to torture her a million times more painful than this. Chapter 454. I'm at my own in-law's house. What's wrong with that? The words father-in-law and mother-in-law were full of sarcasm when they came out of those sexy thin lips. Tao Yuan's body trembled in response. This time he was obviously prepared, and he was a very difficult person to deal with. She might not be his match. Tao Yuan was very uneasy, but she still suppressed it and did not show any emotion on her face. She did not want to lose to him in terms of momentum, so she lowered her voice and said, "If you're here to talk about the divorce, let's change the time." What? Lu Li took off his sunglasses and looked at her with a smile, inexplicably frivolous. Don't you want a divorce? No, I just need some time. She denied it so straightforwardly, which made Lu Li unhappy. This time she had been talking about divorce, and it did not seem like a sudden decision. So, had it been planned for a long time? How long ago? When she was with Fang Yiqing. Now that he was back, she couldn't wait anymore, right? The funny thing was that she was the one who wanted a divorce, but she had to pretend that she was the victim. Her acting was really good. Tao Yuan did not know what he would think, but she could not let him mention a divorce so rashly. Marriage existed in name only, but divorce was a big deal after all. On the way home, she was still thinking about whether she should mention it when she went home and how she should say it. If Lu Li suddenly said that he wanted a divorce, it would be equivalent to throwing a bomb into the Tao family, and her parents would definitely not be able to accept it. She had to think of a way to calm him down. Tao Yuan tried to show the calmness that she had cultivated after 3 years of work, and she even kept a smile. You definitely have to get a divorce. Don't worry, I won't drag you anymore. Drag me? Lu Li sneered and asked. Isn't it me who is dragging you? The one who keeps saying that you want a divorce is you. It's me. But I can't just say that today and tomorrow. You have to give me some time, give my parents some time. It's better for me to discuss it with them. Oh. A faint ripple appeared on Lu Li's brow. I'm curious, how will you explain the divorce to your parents? Disharmony? I'm sorry? You're not going to admit that you're the one who kicked me out and Fang Yiqing, right? Aren't you making me the scapegoat? Tao Yuan actually wanted to say that her parents weren't blind. They knew that he was in the headlines with different female celebrities every other day. He was the one who had cheated on her multiple times, so he shouldn't be considered a scapegoat, right? However, there was really no need to clash with him at this time. It was better to consider the cause and effect before acting. Our marriage is already like this. Is the reason for the divorce important? Is it not important? Tao Yuan replied calmly. I don't think it's important. It's my responsibility. I won't run away from it, and I won't defame you. The truth is what it is. I will tell you the truth so you don't have to worry. What is there to worry about? Lu Li sneered. Do you think I really care about what your family thinks? I'm totally fine with the divorce, but I'm afraid that your father can't take it. After all, he's still waiting for me to approve the project of Scenic View Villa to him. He said this with a sense of superiority. It was fine if he was just superior to her, but Tao Yuan knew that he had always looked down on her and thought that she was pestering him. In fact, in a relationship, the one who fell in love first would always be at a disadvantage and in a passive position. However, she really didn't like his imposing manner that was above the whole Tao family. Wasn't there an order for seniority? He wasn't a person who hadn't received higher education. How could he trample on her parents? It was too much. Tao Yuan, do you know how much kindness your Tao family has received over the years because of the Lu family? Your parents didn't dare to say a word when I was fooling around with women outside, which shows that they value the family business more than you. Now that you want a divorce, it's equivalent to cutting off their source of income. Will they go crazy? Tao Yuan tightened her grip on the bag and her palms were sweating. Even though what Lu Li said was harsh, it was the truth, which was why she was being more careful. The road to divorce was full of thorns and it would hurt both families. All she could do was to reduce the damage. However, Lu Li didn't think so. He seemed to want to make this matter as big as possible. He didn't care about the life and death of the Tao family. Now that she had cuckolded him, he couldn't wait to torture her to death. Anyway, this is my business. I will handle it. Tao Yuan tried to pretend to be calm. Please go back first. Are you ordering me? She bit her red lips. I am asking you. Tao Yuan had to humble herself because it concerned her parents' feelings. Really? But from your tone of voice, I don't hear any pleading in it. Lu Li smiled mercilessly. He was used to seeing her calm or stubborn. When she softened her stance, there was a kind of softness that made him feel sorry for her. Like a feather, it tickled Lu Li's heart. His eyes became hot because of her lips. He remembered the taste. Her soft lips, the taste of peach pudding. It almost drove him crazy when he kissed her. She kissed another man in front of him and slept with another man. It was dirty and disgusting. Why did it taste so pure and sweet? It made him addicted. He wanted to taste her again and again until he squeezed her dry. If he could bite her instead of her teeth, his eyes kept moving down. Her swan-like slender neck, the cross necklace on her collarbone, the diamonds made her skin look fairer. And further down, her snow-white skin was faintly discernible. Damn it, who asked her to open her shirt so low? Was she seducing men on purpose? Those men who were full of praise for her were actually complimenting her figure? Lu Li felt a surge of anger going straight to his head. If he hadn't been invulnerable for so many years, he would have rushed up and kissed her. Oh, what a terrible thought. Tao Yuan felt the heat in his eyes, but she didn't know that it was because of lust. She didn't think that Lu Li would lower himself to touch a woman who was already dirty and full of sin. She felt more danger from it. Lu Li calmed himself down. You have your way of dealing with this matter. I have mine. You don't have to worry about what I do. With that, he walked into the villa. Tao Yuan hurriedly chased after him. Don't be so impulsive, let's talk again. She was walking too fast in her high heels. She twisted her ankle and fell into his arms. She instinctively grabbed his shirt and held it tightly. What are you doing? Throwing yourself into my arms? Lu Li looked calm, but his body tensed up because of her, and the reaction in his lower abdomen was more obvious. Are you trying to stop me by offering yourself? I didn't. His face was so close that Tao Yuan's heart burned. She hurriedly wanted to get rid of him. But he didn't let go. She struggled twice, but he still grabbed her hand. When he let go, he held her butt and pressed it against him, as if he wanted to embed her into his body. His muscles were too strong and it hurt her. What are you doing? Tao Yuan wriggled a little. Such intimacy, even if it was insulting, still easily disturbed her heartbeat. After all, he was the man she had loved for more than 10 years. Even if she gave up, she couldn't be indifferent. What's more, there was a mutual stimulation of hormones between a man and a woman. His breath kept drilling into her nose, making her very flustered. Her whole body felt like ants were biting her and she felt numb and hot. What am I doing? It should be you doing something, right? Lu Li sneered at her. Looking at her futile struggle, he only felt that it was ridiculous and that she was pretending. You were the one who took the initiative to throw yourself into my arms. Why are you pretending to be noble now? You've probably used this trick of playing hard to get in the past, right? Unfortunately, I'm not an idiot like Fang Yicheng. You're still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me. Tao Yuan couldn't break free from him. Moreover, her struggle only made their bodies rub against each other, creating more sparks and making their bodies even hotter. Even if she was a strong woman at work, she was still very immature when it came to relationships. She rarely had intimate contact with men, so this kind of entanglement made her at a loss. I didn't play any tricks. You're the one who won't let go of me. I was fine, but you forced me into your arms. Whose fault do you think it is? Lu Li used his height advantage to effortlessly grab her and torment her. Seeing her flustered and helpless look, it actually gave him a kind of mischievous joy. It was you, Tao Yuan, who started the fire first, didn't you? What fire? I just sprained my ankle. It was just an accident and it could happen at any time. Lu Li was unhappy. What do you mean by it could happen at any time? Are you saying that you can throw yourself into any man's arms? His ability to understand was simply too problematic, and his imagination was even more ridiculous. He even rubbed her buttocks forcefully, just like a wolf. Tao Yuan screamed in a low voice. You, what about me? Since you're good at throwing yourself, then you should know that a man will not reject a woman who throws herself at him. It would be a waste not to do it, right? You're thinking too much. Even if I want to give myself to you, I won't give myself to you. Tao Yuan had to say some unpleasant words as she anxiously used her fingers to dig at his hand. But his fingers were like an iron clamp, firmly holding her, making her unable to move. Let go of me, her voice was trembling. She used to crave his embrace, always fantasizing about how warm and strong his chest was. But now, the aura that she used to be infatuated with, that cool smell, had become very dangerous, like a devil's hand pulling at her nerves. This position was too ambiguous, But it wasn't ambiguous because she was confused, but it was something that made her resist, something that she was afraid of. A cornered dog would jump over a wall. The current Tao Yuan was almost forced to the edge. Luli, what do you mean by this? Don't you think I'm dirty? Why are you hugging me so tightly? Don't forget, you're hugging another man's woman, don't you feel disgusted? She deliberately said words that made him feel disgusted. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.